And welcome back to Icewindale. Last time, the Icewind Trekkers managed to find out what to do. Finally, plan ahead with what to do in Goodmead, aka Corpsemead, and you knew that the giant would be potentially seeking vengeance for having defeated his love interest Garg. And sure enough, during the night, thanks to the keen senses of a certain owl, I think it was, the party heard some sort of heavy crunching in the snow. We went out to investigate, and sure enough, it looked like Doug was indeed creating a siege party of bears to attack Goodmead, which he managed to intercept and thwart. In the morning, you also met with Shanda Froth, who now, after discussing and revealing with 6007, turns out he may have connections with a nefarious network of criminals known as the family. And sure enough, when you spoke to him, he gave you a token in payment for dealing with this troll. A token that had not only the symbol of the family, but also acted as a invitation of sorts, a way to gather a meeting with one brother Lusk. This would guarantee your perhaps safety in the town, at least until you proved otherwise dangerous. And potentially you can get some work under them. Of course, whatever your greater plans may be, you'll just have to play that out. But for now, at least you've got a meeting with them. And anyway, you set down into the cellar, lifted up the barrel into the stench, and you could see the bee trolls once again feasting on fresh corpses, swarmed with hundreds of insects. And Glint explained that you would need to save the queen if you wanted to save the hive. You couldn't just destroy the troll entirely, not until the queen was safely evacuated. And so a grueling fight ensued. As soon as you attacked the bee troll, the entire hive came to its defense, stung almost all of you to death, and you did finally get, I think, a torch. You seared its flesh and rescued the queen bee. And then as you ran out, there was a stinking cloud of, was it surstrumming, which prevented the bees from following. And you managed to all run out, collapse onto the ground in a big heap of horribly stung, swollen wounds. And that's where we left off. Laying on the floor of the cellar, bloodied and beaten. Oh, and a little fox has just come out to lick your wounds as well.
Yep.
Well, that could have gone better.
It
You think?
It could have gone
You think that could
worse.
have gone? Oh yeah, we could be dead.
That's true.
I'm still not clear on why we needed to rescue the queen. Because do we want this hive to survive? It does feed on corpses.
Yes, the hive, yes, not the monster. I think it's the hive, the bees that create the mead. It's the bees are going to be fine. Yeah.
If we kill
can they create mead from just regular, ordinary stuff?
No, but there isn't any ordinary stuff.
The hive. They'll have to restart the hive. But yeah, the queen's essential for that.
Yeah, they just use dead bodies, as we learned. But I think the problem why we couldn't just take out the bees is we now know the connections that the speaker have, and if we'd wiped out their mead supply, we might be having a bad time with assassins or, well, unsavory people.
Right. All right. Well, I mean, fair enough.
Maybe it's something we come back to
after. It just seems like something you don't want to leave in the world is a bunch of corpse bees that
ideally not
in a town that's inclined to use them.
No,
at this point it's a matter of survival, I suppose. You've got to do what you have to, but at least this way there's not a monster making it worse.
I mean, we came here to deal with it so more people won't be harmed by it, and because we were told we need to get stronger. So
Yeah.
Glint
Guess.
reiterates whilst he's here. He's got the bee and says, "Look, it is not ideal. I understand, but vulture bees are the only way we've been able to make mead in this trying time. If
Hey.
this endless winter were to end, we could go back to using regular bees, but no flowers bloom during the rime."
hey, we give you
Do-
options to use goats and sell goat's milk instead, but your town didn't agree.
I don't know if we
Or
have
just
enough
go
goats
to
for that.
another town, you know,
Yeah.
temporarily just decamp until
It's
Yeah,
the
but
other
they
Until
don't.
towns, they are
They-
other towns are stuck in fierce rivalries. Not to mention, we would be more mouths to feed.
Oh.
And it's not for lack of workers that they are struggling to feed their communities.
Oh, don't worry. You can carry on, but the word has been spread so far.
It's
It is
Yeah.
not helpful.
well,
Well, people deserve to know, and if they still want mead, and I'm sure a lot of people will, then they can, go ahead and make the choice.
Yeah, it's their choice.
It was the subterfuge we didn't like. Can't argue with
but
that.
whilst we're here, Glint, you seem to have an idea of what's going on. Have you heard anything from Dougan's Hall?
No, that is quite the opposite. Dougan's Hall has been silent for many weeks. People started to, I don't know, suspect they're all dead, but
Oh,
we cannot be sure.
it's probably worth checking out in case something worse is brewing there, or...
I mean, the worst thing would be we come back here and suddenly we have to protect them from whatever's in Dougan's Hall if there is something killing.
Well,
but we should probably
you
go
will look-
rest up and clean off the excess honey.
Yeah, we should.
Yes, you will look pretty badly injured. I'm sure Olavisa would not mind you staying another night. I will see to the hive.
Yep.
And he sees you up out of the cellar if you like.
Yeah, why not? Let's head back to town, yes, or yeah.
We have the mayor's house. Remember we claimed that as our own property.
Well, that's mostly just because we have
Right.
keys.
So we could always stay there another night.
Sure.
Yeah, let's go rest
Well-
up, and maybe they've got a bar, because or some sort of
Olavisa
scent.
does notice you guys coming up and out of the cellar, and says, "Is it done?"
Yeah, there's no more whatever that thing was, and the queen's alive, so
Okay.
I guess.
It's a
Okay,
so
welcome.
satisfied outcome.
I can
Yeah.
rest a little easier now, knowing that
Yeah.
some monster isn't going to break loose in the middle of the night and
Yeah,
eat everyone.
and we also dealt
can
with
tell the
the
children to
other
get to
giant
sleep.
yesterday, so that's or last night, so that's another worry off your shoulders.
She does look visibly like a weight off her shoulders. She sort of like leans back and then sits in a chair. Oh,
You seem
can't tell you
to.
how much this means.
It's a shame they didn't vote for you, because you seem to care more about this place than the current speaker.
She sort of shrugs, bashful, like she seems a little like dismayed by it, but she sort of ends up kind of admitting, well, the vote's the vote.
Yeah. Even if it was a
Yeah.
paid for vote.
Yeah.
A what?
Oh, yeah. Let's just
Perhaps
say,
we shouldn't be discussing
yeah,
this in the open.
if you want to discuss things further, we'll be at the former speaker's house, I guess, because we want to clean up and rest up.
Okay.
And scratch.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm about to use my halberd as a back scratcher. If I
didn't
don't
know
get
someone
arrows
company
on
over
me.
here.
All right. So we'll say then, if there's anything you want to do for the rest of the day, you can let me know. Otherwise, we can skip over to a long rest and get you guys fully healed.
We told.
I just want to know between once we're alone, I want to do something with the group.
Yeah.
You got it.
We told the town folk about the bears, right? So they could get the bear meat if they want to, right?
Yes. Right. Gotcha.
Yeah. I can remember if we've
I'll
done
say
that or
that there's
not.
already a few townsfolk who've grabbed a dog sled and are hauling the bodies.
And for anything they can't eat, there you've got food for the bees.
Absolutely. Yeah. Cool.
Plenty of food for the bees for a while. So group.
Yep.
Which one of you trusts me the least? Do you think?
You're asking out of game?
I'm asking in game. I'm asking the play. The
okay.
I mean, you've threatened to kill me, so you're not exactly the highest on my trust list.
Okay, good. That's a good. So Geist is maybe one. Okay. Anybody else want to take a stab at it?
607, what are you doing?
Whoever trusts me the least should have this coin. I don't want it. I shouldn't have it.
What coin
And I
is
don't
that?
want to be the coin with the family.
Oh.
For the introduction to Brother Lusk in Targos.
I mean, I'm good with money, but that
Well,
doesn't seem like a currency.
It's your coin. I mean, it's. Are you okay giving it to someone that you don't trust?
Are you concerned that it leads you down a wrong turn?
I'm concerned it links me back to what happened down south with the family. And I don't want to be. Well, I don't want to be associated with the events of Dr. Lysel's laboratory in any shape, way, or form until I'm ready. So I'd rather when we go up there that I stay in the background and somebody else can take the lead with the coin.
That's fine. I mean, if we're wanting to keep it so it's someone who is the least likely to be associated with that event, it would make sense to be, I guess, either me or Eve or Hulla, because we've not really been down south recently. I mean, I've never been down south. I don't think Eve has, and there's also Faith, I guess, but if it's going to come to talking and trying to lie and persuade a way through, then it probably makes sense to give it to Barry.
Although, what if the thing that comes out to you eats your body afterwards and includes the coin?
There is that, but
Harry, do you want the coin?
I have a fairly extensive criminal past, so I feel like I'm not a good candidate here.
Wait, do you have a criminal? Do you have a history with the family?
Not with the family, but I'm sure people that I know family.
You know how to speak to them. I think it's between Hulla and Barry.
I mean,
which one of you wants it?
I'll take it if you want it as safekeeping.
Safekeeping. I don't want it. I don't want it on my person. I don't want it to be found for me. I would hope that once we get there, I can sort of slip into the back and they maybe don't notice anything. I'm not ready to face whatever hammer may come down.
I'll keep hold of that then, as like a personal effect, I guess.
Yeah.
I'll give Barry the coin then.
Yeah. whilst we're talking about this, because she's also someone that you've only really had dealings with, is Avarice a member of the family that you're aware of? Or is that
Avarice
like a
is
different...
not that I know of. I don't think
okay.
she's a member of the family.
Right. But, so, but I
No, she's
suppose
got her own
that's...
machinations up here.
So that means in terms of potential enemies, we've got the Dwarga, or at least the Sunblight clan of the Dwarga, to be specific, though they have a bunch of other Dwarga under them. Avarice's lot, maybe. I guess. I doubt they're happy with us.
I don't know if that was. Yeah, they may not be thrilled with us, but I don't know if they'd consider us enemies at the moment.
Yeah,
Maybe tread carefully, though.
And until we've seen, I mean, some evidence otherwise, I guess we still have Oral as at least a potential cause of problems, but I'm also wondering if it's tied up to whoever the cult were worshipping more, like if somehow Oral's tied
is
to
the cause of the problems, but Oral is.
Yeah, I'm wondering
I'm starting to think Oral may not be as bad as everybody thinks, and that Oral is just needs a little bit of understanding of the cycle that needs to happen up here.
I'm one. This is perhaps a bit of a stretch, but from what we understand, when people get kidnapped by giant flying owl monster, they get frozen solid, right? Which is similar to how we found Glory. So I'm wondering if maybe there is some sort of tie there, like maybe this cult that Avarice works for, their god have some hold over Oral and are making them do this stuff.
Well, there's a number of other factions and cults and things working up here, so
yeah,
that's why I'm thinking maybe Oral's just caught up in it somehow. But again, could be wrong.
Yes, it's certainly. I mean, if she was truly our enemy, then I would imagine that not. Well, I don't really understand magic that much, but I would imagine, Faith, as your magic comes from them, then if she was our enemy, it just wouldn't work when you try to help us with it.
I think we're just getting a bit too far ahead of ourselves, because I don't think we're meeting her anytime soon.
No, well,
if she exists, that is.
I'm just.
Unless we lose one of those lotteries.
Yeah.
I'm just considering all of the potential threats that we have to face.
Also, before I forget, we can 100% put Targos down as yet another one of the towns up here that is corrupt.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So we're still at 100% on every town being corrupt up here.
I mean, I think we mostly fixed East Haven.
Yeah.
They still openly allow people to thieve from one another. So
what was wrong? What was wrong with Caer Dineval?
Well, Caer Dineval had the cult, but now the cult's not there, so.
So we sort of fixed East Haven, and we've pretty much fixed Caer Dineval. So that's 2.
And Caer Dineval's speaker is still a drunkard.
No, isn't that Caer Konig? Or am I getting them mixed up?
It was Caer Dineval.
Wait, Caer Dineval is the one that didn't really have much in it, actually. I think it's Caer Konig.
Whichever one the drunk speak from, I think the drunk speak is the only problem in that town. The rest of that town seems reasonable from what we've seen.
Yeah, the shopkeepers were okay. They
Caer-
disliked us a little bit, but that's our own fault.
Caer Dineval is the one with the cult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
And there wasn't much else in it. It was just empty houses mostly.
And Speaker Crannock was the one being held hostage.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
So I guess
and
the fort there is okay now,
then
and those that
I
live in
I
the
mean,
fort.
the one town also just let us torture people, so there's something wrong with them there.
I don't think they let us.
I think
They
they
were
might have
very
been scared.
uncomfortable with it.
They
But
didn't
Yeah.
stop us.
Would you interrupt a torturer? Right? Be like, hey, don't do that. You'd be
it's,
sitting in the
I
chair
mean, I
next. You'd
suppose
worry.
if we're thinking of other groups that could potentially, well, at least probably deserve a slap at this point, there's whatever group Nine Fingers belongs to.
Yeah, he just up
Yeah.
and left us, didn't he?
Yeah,
He did, yeah.
Mm.
I think maybe next time we come across him, we give him a piece of our mind. Just
certainly.
to be like, what the
You
fuck,
also
dude?
definitely robbed the keep as well.
Yeah, I mean, if it hadn't been for him, we could have actually got some loot out of that, other than the neck, I guess.
He didn't
Well,
he didn't
it's the
actually
keep.
help us at all. Like, he could have not been part of that infiltration.
Yeah, he could have literally just given me his thieves' tools, and I could have got it. I mean, I managed to unlock a door with a fishbone.
I think
With proper
I think that was
tools.
his only purpose, just to steal.
Yeah.
Well, a few moments later, there's a knock at the door, and as you answer it, Olivissa is here, getting lightly covered in snow. She
Coming out the
greets you
cold.
warmly. Thank you. It's been quite an ordeal, but as I understand it, you may have more bad news to tell me.
Well,
What was this about the votes being bought?
yeah, I cannot remember which one of us saw it now, but during, was it U607? I feel like
I
it
think
might
it was
be.
mostly Hulla.
Or Hulla. Yeah, during the votes, we saw money being exchanged, suggesting that said votes were not necessarily the will of the people, but the will of their wallet.
I don't think it's worth pursuing if that's what you're thinking of, because
Well, how can we? He's
Probably
already
wouldn't-
hired that muscle,
exactly.
and not many militia are left in good
Yeah.
mead. There's compared to like East Haven, 700 strong or something. We only have 20 soldiers.
Yeah, I know that this is going to be tough, but I think you're going to have to stick it out for a while. I know we've fixed a couple of your problems, but I think this is a problem that we won't be able to touch upon for a while.
I see. I see.
Because
You've already done
since
plenty,
Yeah.
but I'm sure that you'll get to the bottom of it all at some point.
Yeah.
I don't know how
It's
we,
not
how we
much.
prove it, but if it helps at all, just know that you know, the will of the people was maybe more in your favor than you thought, and maybe there is some good people who were just drowned out by what desperation and greed gets to people. I don't know if that helps at all.
I mean, they were bought out when they thought that they had no means of selling meat, which is your main export here, it seems.
It is. It's not much, but I have the last of what may have been the real meat here, and under a cloak she produces like a very small keg. It's not full before you think. I just thought perhaps we could share at least one final toast. A toast to your deeds here.
I mean, you're kidding, right? That's good money. And then
She
I chuckle
sloshes
afterwards.
It's more like the dregs.
Well,
But yes.
bring out cups.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she pours. There's barely enough for like 6 glasses. But she kind of like evens it back out into like maybe 8, and like raises a toast. Well, to you, Icewind Trackers, and thank you again for all you've done here. And she raises a glass, and the mead is, of course, incredibly sweet. It's delicious. You only wish you could have another glass of. This stuff goes down
Real
really
stuff.
well. Oh yeah, it like warms your bellies and feels like it's coating your insides with a silky sweet honey. And all of
that
you
is good.
probably. She says, "Yeah, this is our glory days."
You can see why you built an entire town around this stuff. People must be desperate for it.
Oh yes. You could say it's the lifeblood of Icewindale.
Yes, the 10 towns really thrives on it.
Oh yeah, 6 or 7 can't drink.
Oh yeah.
That's an interesting point. 6 or 7. What do you consume?
Beer.
What?
Ooh, no, just kidding.
On a serious note, what?
I don't really consume anything. I just sort of recharge.
But what? Like, I mean, other than the enjoyment of killing and torturing, what do you enjoy as you?
Like, for pleasure?
Yeah,
Like things I like to do?
yeah.
Oh. Let me see. I like to. I'll have to get back to you, I think.
With that, you guys feeling very drowsy after that, perhaps. I don't know. You can stay up and do stuff if you like, but because you got like hours before a long rest, but we can skip to it if you like.
Let's see. I do actually have a thing to
some
fix.
things. Yeah,
I
you
have
got
a
lots of things to fix.
damage scrimshaw cameo to fix.
Go ahead, give me a roll with your tinker's tools.
I don't know if I have anything else. What tinker tool did we say we're doing this as?
You can use your dex.
Deck. Oh crap! I need rest.
Yes, you do. It seems it's tough going. You kind of get a little bit of a shaky hand.
Can I have
after nearly
offered some
dying.
assistance on that? With like woodcarver's tools or something like the help.
Helps to
Okay,
keep
yeah, sure.
Helps to keep my hands steady, considering I'm clumsy right now.
Yeah, exactly. You can go ahead and roll woodcarver's tools.
Okay, let's see if I can do.
And let's see. Yeah, looks like your fingers aren't as swollen from bee stings, and you managed to like keep things a little bit on point. Barry, you can roll again.
Yay! Please don't fail me now.
Oh wow, there you go.
There you go.
That's much better. Hey, the old health action. All right, nice. In that case, then you bring it back to its full glory. Yeah, it's perfect now. Whatever it is you're fixing, I can't remember. Was it
Damage scrimshaw cameo? No, it's
nice.
just a scrimshaw cameo.
Oh yeah, it's depicting a beautiful merfolk.
Oh.
Yeah, you restore the colors as well. The scrimshaw is all polished up. It's looking smooth and yeah, shiny. You could definitely sell this in a high auction kind of environment, you reckon? Or you can just
Thanks.
sell it to whoever you find wants to buy it.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. I don't think I was doing so well there.
No, I mean,
But
I'd
then,
imagine, honestly, with everything that's been going on, it's kind of surprising any of us can manage to get any work like that done, so I was happy to help.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, looks like a masterwork piece. All right. And with that, you guys finish a long rest. Go ahead and click that.
Yay, I'm down to 2 levels of exhaustion.
yay, I'm down to 1 level exhaustion.
I'll do Eve's. And you clean up all the honey.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask a question that I'm probably going to regret, but considering the actions we know that Shanda Frost has been doing, seemingly bribery, etc., involved in a criminal gang, how is the ghost in my head responding to this?
Oh no. These guys getting sleep tonight?
Kill them. You should feed them to the troll.
I admit,
Push them into the pit.
I admit, killing them is tempting, but at this But by keeping him alive, we do potentially get access to a bigger fish. Better to cut off the head of the snake than just a part of the tail, right?
Yes. A 6 or a 7 said, he is but a small player in this larger game.
Yes, and to be honest, his power will likely be lost if we can deal with this snow as well. So, deal with Oral. But we have dealt with quite a few problematic groups. Another one on the list shouldn't be, well, it'll be dangerous, but one that we can work towards for certain. And we have a way in to potentially deal with them. But I do agree that eventually Shanda Frost will have to die, if only to allow better leadership to be put in place.
Yes. The family must fall.
I agree. But I wonder if 607 agrees. I'm going to ask him in the morning. But for now, let us rest, and we may have some difficult times if Dougan's hole is whatever has happened there. So get your whatever powers you have and connections you have ready, I guess. And I shall speak to you when I speak to you.
All right. And with that, you finish a long rest. It's the morning. Everyone is nursed back to full health, although some of you feeling a little bit groggy from maybe getting knocked down a few times. Yeah, Barry's still got like a level here. But otherwise, you're feeling refreshed and ready to set out south to, well, southwest to Dougan's Hole. And yeah, you can gather up your axe beaks and head down there.
Hey,
See what the
Barry,
weather's like.
you know how you said yesterday you do for fun? Hello?
What?
Barry?
You know, remember you asked me yesterday what I like to do for fun? I think I thought of something. Torture. That was fun.
You like to what?
Torture.
When I did the torture, that was fun. It was productive, and it got us where we needed to go, and that counts, right?
No, 607 torture does not count for fun.
I mean,
Ah,
I
As
mean,
much
okay.
as I disagree with the action, I mean, if he found it fun, he found it fun. But hopefully, we can get you
What-
a better hobby.
What about
Yeah.
the Chewingas? The Chewingas, they seem fun,
The
Oh, okay.
Chewingas were
Okay,
fun.
that's-
Yes.
but I've never really. They don't seem to like me. Good milk?
What?
It's not
Which-
corpse mead. It's not good corpse. It's good meal.
Why is it good milk?
I'm really
I
gonna
have
pass the
a
apple
feeling
party.
there's an alternate universe doing some things.
So, it seems some people have got a good. They like your idea of using goat's milk, and so someone on the way out of Goodsmead, it looks like they've crossed out the sign and put good milk.
Ooh.
Well, let's
Yeah.
head down to Dougan's Hole, but I guess be on our guard. As we're traveling down, I'm just gonna casually ask 607. If we were to find a way to take out the family, would that be something you want to do, or do you kind of... Because I know you don't like being involved with them, but I don't know if you want to take them out.
Oh, I would love. Yes, that would be very enjoyable for me. Is taking down the family. Yeah. If we can
Okay.
get them all, yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be top of the list, even above torture, really.
Yeah, the
That'd
ghost
be-
in my,
Okay,
the
that's
ghost in my
a
head.
worthy goal.
The ghost in my head
That'd
seems to
be-
want to take them down. It did want to kill Shandy yesterday, but I thought,
Yeah,
You know.
that'd be great. That'd be fantastic. I mean, it's just I just don't think we're ready to take on an army right now.
no,
Yeah, I
of course
think-
not. But
I think we need to just keep in mind that they are objectives. We need to find 6 or 7 hobbies that don't include harming.
Your mic's crackly, Jamie.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's not good.
I mean, I think from hobbies we can rule out fishing because I don't think any of us really enjoyed that much.
I
At
didn't
least
mind
not for
fishing.
That's better.
Knucklehead.
Is this better?
Yeah,
Yeah.
much better.
Okay, that was weird.
Do you find magic fun? Or is that just more a tool for you?
Yeah, what about when you use magic to make snowmen? Or snow
I made
whatever.
snowmen.
Did you?
I never made snowmen. No.
Did you not do that in
I
East
re-
Haven?
I remove snow with my dust devil.
You're great with dancing lights.
I mean, I need the dancing lights so I can see, because you guys can see in the dark. I can't see in the dark all
Yeah,
the time.
yeah, I know that
mean-
feeling.
I mean, what about like music? Like you could put on a light show.
A light
Maybe then-
show,
Like
like
yeah,
with my lights.
yeah. People listen to music, dancing, and you could do the lights. Maybe you'd enjoy that.
Never tried that before.
Can you
I
change the
suppose
colors?
it could work. I could. Can I change? I don't know if I can change the colors. I probably could. Let me
That-
think about this for a moment.
Actually, to be honest, that also not just for entertainment purposes, but if you could change the color,
I'm gonna
then
throw up dancing lights, and I'm gonna try to change the
Mhm.
color to like a blue, and then to like a green, and then to like a red.
Okay.
Okay. Let's have a look.
dancing lights doesn't specifically
Uh,
say you can. It doesn't say you can't.
It
either.
doesn't-
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't
All right.
specifically say it needs to be one
Me-
color, and it doesn't specifically say it can change colors. So
Do you
This is
use
more
an
of a-
arcane focus or do you use a component pouch?
I use an arcane focus.
Okay, give me an arcana check.
We're inventing the rave here in fantasy.
You start to like affect the lights, but it seems as though almost as if once they've been summoned into existence, difficult to sort of affect their color. But with a 12, you do hazard a guess that maybe if instead of a focus, you had some sort of a because there's another way to cast it. And normally you'd use a bit of phosphorus or witchwood or glowworm, and depending perhaps on which of those you would use might affect the color. Like the type of phosphorus or where it's from, or the type of wood, or if you
Hmm.
capture a particular glowworm, that might definitely change it.
Yeah.
But it's difficult to do it with just your arcane focus, unless maybe you figured a way of altering the arcane focus, or even using a different one that might
Yeah.
affect the color. It
I-
doesn't
I
seem to
have
be like
two
on will.
I do have two arcane focuses.
Okay.
I have
Which
both
is
of them,
what's
but
the other one?
each of my walking sticks is an arcane is a staff, is a wizard staff.
Oh, of
Technically.
course it is. Okay then. In that case, if you attempt to use it with your other walking stick, you can tell me what other color your dancing lights is.
So the regular one is just like a regular light color, and then the other one will be like a sinister red filter type color.
Ooh.
Okay. Nice.
And I'm gonna switch between the two of them. Is this good?
Yeah.
I like the
Every
idea.
6 seconds it changes. It's
Yeah.
not really quick.
Yeah, you have to recast it, but as a different color, and just keep like
There-
doing that.
There,
It's like
there
the slowest like
is.
dance lights, but
Well,
Yeah.
I was thinking of
Maybe on like a really
a.
slow ballad, I can do it. Or when I'm torturing, I can just change the lights when I'm torturing as like a dramatic effect. Oh, this is good. Thank you.
and we're
you for
back
the
to
idea.
torturing.
I was
And we're
thinking
back
it
to
could
torturing.
be useful in like a scouting situation, like if you could change the color, like have it be red, and then when you're sure it's clear, have it change to like the green color or normal color, so we know to proceed.
No, the normal color is this sort of yellowy, like a regular light,
Yeah.
like a regular
Well,
candle sort of thing. Yeah.
Either way, I was thinking could be a
You
useful
also
signal.
realize.
But I
also
do like
realize
that
you can spin
scouting
the
idea.
light.
That's
Yeah.
I can also do this. I'm going to turn the light into the shape of a person, and have the person do a really awkward dance. I can form it into a vaguely humanoid form.
That works.
Oh,
That works.
Oh my god.
That's hysterical.
Oh my god.
I think we might need to put a warning on this episode.
Yeah, let's put the seizure warning up for people.
Okay.
But,
Every
You know what we could do? We could get you like some sort of glass panes of different colors that you could
Hmm.
hold in front of it.
You don't need glass panes. You just need glass cloths or colored cloths. It would shine through the colored cloth.
Yeah.
sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah,
Maybe I could just learn an instrument instead. I can do the music that way.
yeah. But
you might like
Oh, I do.
drums.
I do like this red effect that's going on right now. This is really cool.
yeah. I mean,
Chris, are you doing that or?
Yes, yeah, I am. I'm
Okay.
playing with
Yeah.
lights.
You know what? You know what I just thought of? Like,
This is Mistra changing the weave.
so
Oh, I also something else I like.
Hmm?
I like the killing after the
wow.
torture.
I thought you were gonna say that you enjoy asking people if they're murderers, because you seem to enjoy that at the time. And that
Yeah.
didn't
At
involve
the time,
torture.
at the time it was fun and funny, but we were on a mission. We were looking
True.
for a murderer.
I know.
I suppose if we were looking for another murderer, I could do that again.
You know when I looked inside 607, how full was your chest compartment?
I mean, it's stuffed with things so that the arcane core doesn't jumble around too much, and it's sort of trying to tie it down. So it's
I know you got yourself a
reasonably
lantern.
full.
I know you got yourself a lantern, but what would have happened if you'd put one of your dancing lights inside yourself in that space?
Like in my chest cavity.
Yeah, and then you just had the door open. Would that have worked as a lantern?
I mean, yeah, but the whole point of the lantern is I don't need to focus on the light. I still need to focus if the dancing light is up.
Mm.
It's true. It
If
was
we
just
can have a way to have the magical dancing light up and me not have to concentrate on it, then that'd be great.
no,
And
it was just
I suppose I could try to like infuse the spell into an item and then have it cast out. Like if I take like maybe a little rod with a piece of glass at the end or something, and I
Yeah.
could
no.
like put the dancing light inside that, and then if you flick it on, it's like a light that shines out. Then you don't
It,
focus on it.
it wasn't a case of what was best. It was just an interesting thought.
Though, going back to
I could put the dancing lights in my eyes.
That
the
would be
red
cool.
ones would be kind of terrifying.
And then, and then my eyes just glow red, and everywhere I see is like.
Try that, and we'll see how intimidating it looks.
I will try casting
terrifying.
the red dancing lights within my visor thing. I do wear ski goggles.
Yeah, sure. You can place them in there. It's a little compact. It kind of creates this one big glowing glare from your eyes.
You basically created the dread helmet without needing it.
Yeah, basically. When you move, it does feel a bit wobbly to try and keep them in place. But yeah.
Anyway, do I see buildings on the horizon?
That you do. Dougan's Hole is not too far from Goodmead, especially if you're riding via Axbeak. And so I will give you an image of what it is exactly you're seeing.
Do we want to ride into town? Do we want to leave the axe beaks and sleds just outside town, just in case there's something there? How do we want to proceed into town?
Well, I think leaving the axe beaks out here didn't necessarily. We should probably look for a place to stable them if we can. Just leaving them out here seems a danger. Though I suppose if we are thinking of leaving stuff out here, they could always pull out some protection and reaches into the bag. We want something from the bag today?
Well, the question is, do we want a polar bear? It seems like guaranteed that we get a polar bear.
Well, I didn't yesterday.
Did you not?
No, I got the seal, the fox, and an axbeak, I think.
Now, remember, we could have used the polar bear yesterday.
The polar bear would have been great yesterday.
But we had a polar bear yesterday.
No, it was the day before.
Oh.
Yeah.
We just need to be careful because we don't know what we're riding into.
Mm.
And I don't want to lose the axe beaks because, we
rode
into a nest of something.
So what's here? What do we need to be aware of here?
We don't know. The town hasn't been heard from in a few weeks, so could be nothing.
So it
could
might
be everything.
Could be completely dead. Could be full of zombies.
Yes.
Yep.
Just checking on the people here, making sure they're all right.
All right. If we want to leave the axe beaks out here, then I'll see if I can get a decent guard for them from the bag. Or I guess Eve, you can stay with them, but I will.
Should we like scout the perimeter?
I have a goat.
Should we scout a
Certainly
bit
can. You
before
come
just
to a
diving right in?
Yeah, you come to a small cluster of trees, and there you could stable up with rope your axe beaks just underneath the branches. It's a temporary hold. You wouldn't want to keep them out here. But I will say, though, thankfully, you've rolled quite lucky on the weather, and it is a clear day.
Right.
I mean, also, this is me meta for a map, but I want to know what this is over here.
No, what is?
Oh,
this thing, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
This thing down here.
Well, that's coming. That is indeed coming into view, actually. So Dougan's Hole. It's a clear day, so I will describe it from a distance as you're heading down the slopey tundra. There is a very small cluster of dwellings perched on the edge of Red Waters Lake. It's far too small to support any kind of industry, not even like a lumber mill or scrimshaw shack here. And it seems as though ice has buckled the shorter of the two piers, rendering the dock completely unsafe as well. There's two icebound keelboats tethered to it, though they look completely immobile because of Oral's winter freezing the entire surface of the lake for hundreds of yards around you. You don't see any real signs of life here. There may be a couple of like sconces or braziers lit in the town that do hint at some sign of life, but there's no one moving from building to building. You don't see any dog sled tracks. You don't even hear a single bark coming up from the town. It's so silent. It's as still as the frozen lake that you're parallel to right now. It's just this eerie, dark silence as the wind howls around you.
I think we'd be cautious, but we check out the buildings that have lights outside them, which I think is the town hall and is that an inn?
Yeah, let's
is
approach
actually,
carefully from
is there an inn?
distance.
I'm going to have my red dancing lights up because it's not safe. I don't think yet.
Okay, you got it.
I'm using that's my new signal.
You're sure to notice that the only feature that sets Dougan's Hole apart from other towns is this strange ring of megaliths that you can see right at the back of the town, up on a small little hillock. And yeah, they're kind of set out in a circle, with one being center to it as well. But yeah, to get to that, you'll have to go through the town. So we'll say that you look for the nearest inn, of which you don't really see any advertised. There's no like
Do we see footprints,
names.
part tracks, signs that somebody's moving around recently? Do we see, anything that indicates that there's somebody alive? Yellow snow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Go
I mean,
ahead and roll
dogs.
me. I think this is a survival check to look for tracks.
Yeah, I'll get in on that.
Yeah, I
Go
will as
ahead.
well.
Although I'm not very good at it. But
Okay.
guess roll check.
Getting all my bad rolls out of the way
Oh,
early.
this is...
Oh,
Oh
alright.
my. Okay. Another nat
I'm
20 from Barritomus.
I'm closer to the floor, so it makes sense.
This also makes sense for guys to roll a 20 as well. Ashanti, you're looking for signs of life, like people, humanoid tracks, dog sleds, that kind of thing, of which doesn't appear to be much. In fact, I'd say none. You don't get anything on that 7. Geist and Barry, you see something on the outskirts of town as you're approaching. There is, encircling the town, a rather large set of tracks, prints, and you immediately both identify these as wolf tracks.
Oh. So
Not to
guys,
mention, with your nat 20, they look far larger than your average wolf, possibly dire wolf, but they move in intelligent patterns. They're not just encircling it, like going around in circles. They seem to be like weaving in and out behind trees as cover.
So is this your sort of thing, Geist?
Yeah, Geist, is this normal?
Well, I'm assuming Barry mentions the intelligent movement, which I didn't notice. If it's moving intelligently, could be a winter wolf. Those are smarter. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right, Chris, right? Out of character.
Yeah. Winter wolves are almost supernatural, though. They're not beasts, as far as you're aware.
Yeah. but I'm at least acquainted with them. I'm wearing a belt of one.
I'm a
Yes,
bit confused.
you are.
I'm a bit
Uh,
confused though, guys. Wouldn't all wolves here be winter wolves?
No, Winter Wolf
Uh,
is a bit
Also,
of a
question,
different thing.
are the wolf tracks quadrupedal or bipedal?
oh,
Quadruped.
good question.
Yeah, definitely
Okay.
quadrupedal.
Or
Okay, so
or
just big wolves and not the were variety.
Unless
or
they're in.
hexpedal.
Barritomus.
Hmm.
On an, go on.
I was going to say, unless with the werewolf they can go into a four-legged form.
You follow these around for a little while and notice at this point you've determined there are two of them, and they don't at any point transfer into humanoid tracks. They are definitely quadrupedal the whole time. At some point, you do see that they have gone for one of the outskirts, like one of the buildings on the furthest outskirts. Perhaps they've gone into that building. You can see where they have literally walked up right up to the door, and there's no glass shattered from windows. There's not even like really a smashed open door, but you can definitely tell they've gone inside somehow.
Hulla, can you cast the spell Speak with Animals?
No, sorry, I don't have that one.
Does
I think that's a
anybody
druid thing.
Does anybody have that spell? I've seen it used before, but does anybody have that?
I have something called jump.
If
Would
when
that
it
help?
Don't know
when
that
it
jump will help us communicate, but we're going to put a pin in that.
when it comes
Guys,
to wolves, leave that to me. They at least seem to have a little bit. I have a little bit of an understanding with wolves.
do we want to
Well,
check?
I just don't want to assume that they're monsters. I mean,
They really are.
if they're acting intelligently, they may be people or people turned into wolves.
Like I said, it could also be a winter wolf. They're a bit smarter than the normal wolves, but they're also about the right size as well.
Guys, you're from a wolf type clan, right?
Mhm.
You're a clan of people. Are any of them wolf changers? Can they change into wolves? Can you change into a wolf?
Not that I'm aware of, at least personally, I can't.
Anybody in your group, in your tribe, can they change into wolves? Like, can they shift?
Do any of them, Chris? Because out of character, I don't think they do. Except maybe that one guy.
Not that you know of.
No, but there are people in my tribe who are far worse than any beast.
Well, we spoke about werewolves, but do vampire wolves exist? Should we worry about them wanting our blood?
Well, let's find them first. Let's
Well, we've seen a
go
building
find
where
out.
they seem to have gone into, so let's, I guess, check that one out.
This one, I think.
Yeah, you go ahead.
I'm happy
check
to
out the
lead the
building.
way.
I will stay behind. I mean, not stay behind, but like at the back, towards the back. But I'll keep an eye out because last time I did this, we got attacked by grat cats from behind. So I will keep an eye out for anything approaching from behind while they go into the building.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Eve,
Okay.
if you'll stay outside with 6 or 7, I'll go in with Geist.
Don't worry,
As you
Eve,
look
I
through
have
the-
jump.
All right. As you look over this building, as I mentioned again, no signs of forced entry by the looks. However,
Not yet.
you can see that there does appear to be some upturned like containers, and it looks like this place has not been ransacked, but definitely searched out. And you can see like baskets where there would have been like food or such that's been kind of turned over. The pantry's been raided basically, and food has just been completely snatched up. There is nobody here. It doesn't appear to be like a living space
Doesn't
anymore.
look like there's any like bloody trails or anything suggesting someone got killed here or something.
No,
Or
there
cellars
doesn't
or...
appear to be.
We found the children in the closet, so I think we should at least check upstairs as well.
True, but
Yeah.
the way this almost seems to be scavengers. Like, they're desperate. Food must be low. Wolves wouldn't typically go into human dwellings unless they really were desperate. And it doesn't look like there was any sign of forced entry, suggesting that maybe this place was really abandoned, and they just nudged the door open.
Do we go check out the biggest building then and see where that gets us?
Well, let's finish searching here
Yeah.
and
Sure.
make sure we're not leaving anyone behind. So,
There might
you
be a
know, I
clue
guess,
here as well
right.
about what happened to this town.
There do look like there were beds here, and you can see some blankets that have been sort of dragged off of the beds, and they're kind of laying crumpled up on the floor. The beds are both freezing cold. No one's lived in these for a while, but it does look like something may have like dragged something from the bed, but there's again no signs of blood or a struggle.
Okay.
This is odd.
All right. Well, I guess we head to the next building.
Let's see
do
if
this
any
again.
Let's see if any buildings have any lights on. Need to talk to people.
Yeah, I mean, who would be lighting the lights if there's nobody here? So there's got to be somebody, or they've got some really good light spell casting.
Yeah.
Well, maybe these are the magic lights that just are always on. If it's safe, I want to inspect one of the lights.
It does look like it is using regular tinder, which is all but fizzling out.
Yeah. Let's head towards the speaker's house, I guess.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Yeah, you head up to it. It is pretty quiet. You don't hear anything coming from the inside.
Do we want to knock on or...
Let's look through a window and see what we see through the windows. So I think we should circle it once and see if we see anything before we go in.
That sounds wise.
Agreed.
Okay. You can peer around some of the frosty windows, and without needing a check, you can actually see there is an old, haggard-looking woman. She is kind of sat huddled around a fire, and there are a couple of others in here as well. They look to be smaller children, perhaps, or adolescents, and they too are kind of huddled around the fire. And you can see she's got one arm around them, around their shoulder, and they seem to be maybe like comforting them, or maybe just trying to keep them warm.
All right, then we definitely need to knock. And there's no need to burst in, weapons drawn, you know, in full rage. So I guess I'll go up and knock on the door.
Yep.
Yes.
Because if it's trapped, then you know, I will, you know, I can take the damage a little bit better.
Yeah, those kids look like they could set a mean trap.
Yeah, well, you know, it never hurts to be safe.
I've heard of that Kevin kid.
All right, so
Got it. So this old woman shakily gets up and heads towards the door to investigate it. And as she opens it, you can see she can't really tell her age exactly, but she's got to be got to be in her like later years. I would say though there's something else that looks a little odd about her appearance. Just perhaps the kind of shape of her face is a little off-putting or makes you feel uneasy. Maybe she's had some terrible frostbite in her time here, but in other words, she kind of looks like this. Here's not.
Oh dear.
Yeah, she's not doing too well. You can tell.
It looks close to death.
Some of her. Right. That's what I would say as well. This is a desperate-looking woman who is, very haggard, and she says, "Well, actually, you probably knock first, and she says, like, who is it? Who is it?"
Hey,
We're a traveling group, and we just arrived at Dougan's Hole, and we can't find anybody. So is there an inn here, or
Yes.
can we?
She opens up the door a crack, and you see that she's got a chain on it. And as soon as she sees its people, she kind of lets out like a audible like sigh of relief.
Yeah,
Oh,
the next town over has aired their concern that they've not heard anything from here in a while.
yeah. Yes, we've been holed up. This place is dangerous. You can't be wandering around outside. She looks
Well, now you
kind of
tell us.
peering out, and she says, Quick, get inside!"
okay.
Oh,
And she
okay.
hurriedly pulls you all in and closes the door, which she chains and bolts. And you see a group of children who have turned to face you now around the fire. And they too look to have odd appearances, you could say. Some of them have got like misshapen ears or slightly pointed teeth. They seem to be in shock. Yeah, these are the wolves. What big ears you have. Uh,
Yeah, can you tell us
there's-
what's going on? What makes it so
Yes,
dangerous?
yes. She pulls her shawl closer to her neck as if trying to fend off that small, tiny breeze that came in through the door once you entered. Yes, there's 2 wolves out there, or at least we suspect there's. We don't know how many there are, but they're as big as horses. They've been terrorizing the town, stealing food, and last night they kidnapped 2 of our youngest.
They kidnapped
Sorry,
them?
kidnapped? They didn't kill them or hunt them, but kidnap is a weird word, no?
Yes,
Are they intelligent?
That's
We
unusually
don't
for any
know.
wolves I've dealt with.
Silja and Finn. There are 2 teenage siblings. We presume that they're probably dead, but we couldn't see any signs of blood.
Grandmother, we have a healer with us. Do you need a healer?
I'm fine. It's just getting on in years is all. My name is
That-
Edgra Dermot.
Hi, Edgar. I'm Ashanti, and you look like you're suffering terribly.
Yeah, and are the kids okay? They seem to be suffering the same as you. I don't think they're old.
Not as much as Silja and Finn likely are suffering. You needn't worry about our appearances, dearie. They're not some sort of plague or disease, I assure you. Those people who were afflicted were the first to perish in this winter.
So there was disease here?
She can roll an insight check, actually.
Yeah, I was
Not-
gonna say I want to do a deception
I
check
was
She's being
or
very cagey.
insight. Yeah.
Yeah, some concern here as to what. A part of me is like, is this another hag?
She
Oop, I
starts
got
to kind of.
nothing.
So Barry and Geist, you can tell that she begins to rattle off a series of excuses that you've come to note is part of an endless winter, famine, lack of sunlight, so lack of vitamin D. But you get that these sound more like excuses that she's trying to rattle off, like, oh, we haven't seen the sun, and food has been scarce, and of course the cold it creeps in and affects those who get ill. She sounds like she doesn't seem to be as compassionate about those as, like, she seems very compassionate when she talks about the two missing children, but when she kind of rattles off the idea of people dying to famine, it doesn't seem as heartfelt, meaning it could have been made up. But
The next town over have been quite famine as well, and they seem to be doing a lot better, guys. Wolves or no wolves.
you also
Hey,
know what frostbite looks like, and it
yeah,
doesn't quite
and
look
it's
like this. In fact, if you wanted to investigate further, I would say you need to get a closer look at them and then roll a medicine check. But I won't say
I'm
right
gonna,
now, but at some point you can roll a medicine check to really get to the bottom of it. But
I'm
you would
gonna
need to be able to
nudge.
check over.
Yeah, Hulla.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
gonna see if I can get one of the kids on their own later.
Okay.
But right now my insight was 9, so I'm like
Yeah.
not too suspicious. Curious, but not suspicious yet, I think.
I apologize. I've not been able to attend the meetings of the Council of Speakers. As you can imagine, it's been difficult to leave.
Are
You're the
there no
town speaker?
other adults here?
There are, yes, but most of the fishermen are also holed up. They've not been able to safely retreat onto the lake. So we've resorted to cutting holes in the ice to catch our knucklehead trout, which we've been depending on for survival.
by chance, did you come across a ring in any of these knucklehead trouts?
Let's see. He gestures over to the catch of the day. No, I'm afraid
Damn it.
not.
One of these days.
She says, we haven't got much food to share around, I'm afraid, but
We're fine. We don't need to take your food, but thank you for offering.
mm,
And I'm actually gonna take out some trail rations and offer them to the kids.
oh, thank you. Bless your souls. And
Do you
this might be a good excuse to actually get closer to them as well. They do, um, they don't come to you. They're kind of too shivering around the fire, but you can bring the rations to them, and as you get a closer look at their faces in the flickering firelight, those who want to can roll a medicine check at this point as you're feeding them.
while they're doing that, I'll be distracting the old woman. I'll be asking for like directions of where she thinks the wolves might have come from when they come into town.
They come every few days. We don't see where they go, but they seem to appear out of the snow and blizzards. And
Like you didn't hear which direction the screams of children went, or
screams.
you didn't try to get a look as they were going. You didn't try to.
There were no screams. No.
So, all right, no direction.
How were they taken? Were the kids outside?
The kids were indoors, so far as I'm aware. No signs of breaking and entering. It's almost as if they let them in.
Are these
Hmm.
your children are related to you, or how?
Yes, they are. They're close family, in fact. It's at this point, Hulla, with your 22, as they mention that they're close family, and they actually say their surname. They say Sildur and Finn are part of the Jar family, and you notice that these they begin. She begins to describe their appearance, and the same sort of set of descriptors match the children that you're feeding as well right now.
Mhm.
So we'll say that they've all kind of got like kind of a mossy brown hair, and I guess it's like curly, and they've got such features such as like larger ears and what else? The same skin complexion, everything down to a T is
They
like matching these two
are,
children.
are these guys inbred?
And with a 22, yes, they are. They are
I, did,
they are
I, did,
not under any kind of disease or ailment. They are inbred. Inbreds.
I didn't want to say it because I thought it might have been inappropriate, but I
Oh, I
guess.
was
Yep.
thinking leprosy, but that's most grosser.
It's even grosser still. It is. Mm-hmm. And it seems like it has run in the family for a long time, so to speak.
Oh God.
Dougan's hole really is a hole in Icewindale
Yeah,
that no
I
one's
was gonna
climbed
ask
up
where
and
the
out
name
of for a
came
long
from,
time.
but yeah, yeah.
They all just used Dugan's Hall. Oh God.
Trying
That's
to
gross.
drink as you say that. Not good. um
Oh, that's
uh
gross.
the kids though, there's the old lady Edgar is talking and recounting, you hear one of them speak to you, Hulla, directly, and they say, "They know words. They got a mighty vocabulary." This one says with pointy teeth, and then another one
What?
says,
Who knows the words? Who's got the mighty vocabulary?
"The wolves."
Oh, you can talk to
Wolves
them?
talk to you?
One of the kids nods and says, "You came a knocking, and then it tried to like it tried to let it like make us open your door." And you see the one of the other kids is like, "It must have tricked Fair Shill and her lovely brother Finnith the other day." Who's
What did it
this one
say when it
bears?
tried to trick you?
Go on.
What did it say when it tried to trick you into opening the door?
Dang winter wolves! They said they had food to give us.
Oh. Um, and uh, did they say what kind of food it was?
No, like I saw out the window though. There were wolves. We saw from our top window, and then we huddled up and we didn't open the door.
That was very smart of you not to open the door to winter wolves. That was very, very smart.
Um,
How many of you
we fell in.
have gone with the wolves? How many children have been kidnapped?
Um, in the last few days, just those two, just Syl and Finnith.
In the last couple of weeks.
In the last couple of weeks, they say that they have just been prowling and stealing food, but now they've actually kidnapped two people.
So is this the only two kids, or is in since the time of them coming, how many people have been lost to them?
These are the first 2 that have been
So
kidnapped.
this is an
Up till
extremely
now, they've been.
rare occurrence.
Up till now, they've just been stealing food, but of course, food gets more and more scarce, and it seems now they've grown desperate.
Then what happened to all the other people?
Well, gang.
Oh, we don't know though. The old Edgar says there are those who have tried to leave town though. They said that they were going to get help, and they never came back.
You know where they went?
They headed to Goodmead. That was
Do you
the
know-
only road connecting to another town.
Is there anyone of note who used to live here that we might have met in Goodmead?
As far as you're aware, from what you've been told in Goodmead, no one's heard from Dougan's Hull, which means you can assume they never made it.
Right. But I don't
And
want
the
to
same
tell
goes
the
for East
child
Haven as well.
that because I don't want to upset the child.
Mhm.
So, too many years of babysitting taught me not to upset the children.
Well, I guess we do we want to
Are we
check
hunting
out?
these wolves?
I don't know if we should hunt. I think maybe we should meet them first. If they
I
are
agree. I agree.
intelligent,
There may be a reason why they're doing what they're doing.
plus, and it might not put Geist in a good way if he kills his tribe's animal.
Well,
Is that how it?
True.
oh, technically, the wolf spirit is something that protects us, and we try not to harm wolves unless we have to. But as part of our trials, defeating something like Winter Wolf is considered like you truly being honored by the wolf spirit. So it really depends. How much, considering where Geist is from, pelt he's wearing, does he actually know about winter wolves? Because I know they're smarter than normal wolves.
You can roll a nature check.
Ah, yes, intelligence-based stuff. Excellent. That's actually not bad.
Given their descriptions, big as horses, able to speak, yes, you've heard of these mystical creatures known as winter wolves. They are incredibly rare. You don't know what gives them their intelligence, but as far as you're aware, you don't believe them to be like awakened animals. Like,
So,
they are simply incredibly intelligent wolves, such that they've been able to learn your language and speak it.
So
They are way more dangerous than regular wolves. Way more smarter too.
just in case these aren't winter wolves, what is scarier, winter wolves, spring wolves, summer wolves, or autumn wolves? And
Considering what they're capable of and considering the environment, I would say winter wolf. Their fur, he indicates the pelt he's wearing is basically designed for blending in with this sort of climate, and their breath can be dangerous.
Are they going to attack you on sight because you're wearing a wolf pelt?
That's an interesting point. I'm not sure, but we shall see.
We're gonna have to kill these, or we're gonna have to do what? Can you talk them out of whatever they're doing?
If worst comes to worst, we will. But for now, we need to try to see if we can understand what they're doing and why. Kidnapping doesn't seem in their nature, but there might be a reason for it. Perhaps they're working for Oral and Oral wants children, or perhaps there's a hag involved and they wanted the children kidnapped.
or maybe they just don't want them to be born deformed.
Possibly.
saving
maybe
food for later.
maybe they want
If
healthy
they're
children.
intelligent, maybe they're
Mm.
What? You can talk to wolves?
I can't understand them necessarily, but when I speak to them, I can tend to be. I mean, you've seen me do it with bits a few times, where I've been able to calm them down and make them less hostile. I did it to that wolf in the cave as well.
So if you go in front of the wolves or meet the wolves or something, will you be able to understand why they're doing what they're doing?
Hopefully, and if these are winter wolves, they can speak human anyway.
Oh, they can. Okay. Oh, that's good. Okay.
And
I might
I
have
think
missed
we
that
have
part.
a plan.
Yeah, I think we should head out then and try and track them down while it's a
Yeah.
clear day.
Yeah.
We've
Yeah.
done it in the
Yeah,
past
yeah.
couple of days. It's not really been that snowy.
Yeah.
All right then.
Should we move in groups of 2?
Yeah, we should probably bring
Like still together, but in groups of 2.
yeah, we should probably bring our axe beaks in and then head out. Or we
Mm.
use our
Yeah.
axe beaks to track them.
Yeah, axe beaks
Okay.
to do the patrol, to walk around would be better for us too.
Yeah, we get there quicker with axe beaks then maybe.
Plus, leaving the axe beaks out there when there's potentially winter wolves about doesn't seem smart.
Yeah, Chris, if you kill our axe beaks because we left them alone for 20 minutes.
They're being protected by a goat, and the goat is the goat.
Let's have a look. 4. Only 4 axe beaks are missing. No, I'm joking.
Oh,
So-
4 of 20? We had 20 axe beaks?
That's almost all of them.
If that's
as you
if that's the case, that means that 14 of the axe beaks must have turned up and we lost 4 of them. Wow, we have a lot of axe beaks.
excellent powers of deduction there. That is indeed not a roll for how many axe beaks have gone. You can hear though, as soon as you exit out, you can actually hear your axe beaks squawking, and the goats are braying. Yeah, there is something
Geist.
of a disturbance over
Yeah,
there.
Geist is going to start running in that direction, bow at the ready.
Same.
You sprint over towards them. It only takes. Wow, it's 2,000 feet away. Still, it'll take you a few rounds together, a couple minutes. But as you arrive, you can see that they are still all here, but they have been spooked enough that one of them's tried to pull the rope, and I will say that one of the axe beaks is strong enough to use its beak as a slashing weapon, and it's cut the rope. And certainly one of the axe beaks is on the run, as if it is seen something and is just trying to make for the hills.
God, we could chase down our axe beak. I jump on.
I'm gonna. Can I whistle to see if I can get it to come back? You know.
Yes.
Call it back.
Okay. Give me an animal handling check.
Okay, that's not a real strength, but
Oh no!
You whistle.
well,
and
I didn't train it very well.
It sprints even harder. It is going at full dash.
Ashanti, can you get Andy to basically block its path, flutter wings in its face to try to divert it?
Let's figure out whose it is.
Send the
eagle
as well, the griffin.
Yeah.
There's 6 of them.
Yeah, I will definitely do
It
that.
is Lily.
No!
Barry, it's yours.
No wonder the animal handling didn't work.
Willie knows what's good. Lily knows. Wedge knows what's up. Wedge.
Plus, the strongest one ran for the hills.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what do you want me to
it's
roll
100
for
feet per turn.
Andy?
Andy is... How far can they fly? 40 feet? Wow, this
No,
thing can outrun an owl.
How
That's
fast
funny.
is the griffin?
I thought the owl's flight speed was owls got 60-foot flight speed, right?
Owls are the slowest birds in the world.
But I
Yeah,
think
because they glide more than they fly.
Yeah,
Yeah, what-
which is exactly why the wizards use them for postal service, because they're so slow.
Yeah, what
Is
about
that true? They're predators. They're
They're
predators.
because they're quiet, they're stealthy, but they're slow.
Yeah, they're ambush predators,
Yeah.
Sara-Jane. So they like to perch up like on a fence or a branch, sit perfectly still, wait for the mouse, and then pounce.
Well,
I mean,
Yeah.
I did not know
so
that.
a
they,
griffin
Yeah,
Okay,
doesn't
when
fly.
I
they
guess that makes sense.
when they glide, they're so quiet. That's why they
Mhm.
can get stuff.
What's
And they have really good
Steve's
night
griffin
visions.
called?
They get things at night. They hunt at night.
What's Steve's griffin called?
Minerva?
Minerva, that's it.
Thank you.
Yeah, we don't have the token for that in terms of what we can use.
Yeah, I know. That's
Oh,
why I'm asking the name.
hey,
Can
I
Bits
can
fetch
cast
Charlie?
I can cast jump on Wedge, and his jump speed is tripled.
Sure.
His jump isn't. He can just jump the way.
There we go. So a baby griffin can actually fly 40 only as well.
Oh, is
So
it?
just as fast as the owl. Yeah. So what would you? Sorry, what would you like the owl to do, Ashanti?
I'm going to look at her and say track.
Track.
Find Lily. Find Lily. And
Yeah.
so so she'll go after the axe speak.
You got it. I'm not gonna have you roll for tracking. It is a clear day, and snow leaves tracks, so that much is easy to do. I will say though, Lily definitely outspeeds Andy, so it will take some time before perhaps it does eventually calm down or gets lost. Who knows? But in any case, you know it's out there. You know it's alive. Did you guys want to start chasing after it? You can get on your own speaks.
I think we should, or at least Bits and I can go after the axe speak.
Yeah, that's a 50 gold piece
Investment.
investment. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right then. We'll say that you mount up without any hesitation and begin to chase after Lily as fast as you can. And they are heading into the open tundra, not towards Goodmead, not following their tracks. They are quite literally spooked. So I'm going to say that they just head off a random direction as fast as they can. So you can see it swerving around as well, like not really sure of itself either. And so the tracks kind of wind back on themselves, and you're like, ugh, adjust the reins and pull back and zigzag in a direction that Lily's going. Or maybe it saw something else out here and decided to swerve in that direction as well.
Charge.
But you are moving at effectively the same pace, if not faster, because of its swerving maneuvers. So I will instead roll its constitution to see how. Oh, yeah, it gets tired quick. The adrenaline is definitely wearing off on this creature. You can see that its pacing is starting to slow down. And before long, you are perhaps several thousand feet out from Dougan's Hole, just in the open tundra, waiting for it to slow down. And finally, you start to see it off in the distance. Lily's green coat against the white snow. And they seem still unsure of themselves, looking around on edge. They suddenly hear you guys approaching, crunching of snow. You see Andy is circling around them as well. But they look over towards you in a frightened manner. You can tell.
I cast calm emotions.
Okay. Yeah, that'll instantly get rid of any frightened conditions on it, for sure. All right, yeah, expend the spell slot.
Just did.
Nice.
Sweet.
As soon as you do that, you see their legs are no longer shivering. Their feathers are not like shaky. They sort of begin to sit down, and they look much more docile. And they start to like prune their feathers with their beak.
I jump off whichever one I was given a ride on, and I go and I just pat it, keep it calm, and jump on.
Mm-hmm. And as you're patting it, looking like everything's finally okay,
Glance around.
you glance around to see the others, and there is something not of your group, a figure in the snow that's approaching
Chewinga.
very slowly. No, larger than that.
A large chewinga? No.
No. No, you can see that this thing seems to have been following after the axe beak, but it comes from a different angle from opposed to you guys. But it definitely looked like it was tracking it as well, and you guys just got to it first. And it becomes evident as to why, because this creature seems to be slightly limping on one foot. Almost like it's perhaps injured its leg, maybe in the chase.
What does it look like? Is it a wolf?
As it gets closer, it is indeed a wolf with a white coat. And let me find it for you. Yeah. There is a dangerous look to its eyes. It knows who you are almost. It feels like it knows like what you're all about. It almost knows you have weapons, etc. Like it sees them glancing at them. And it even looks back at the rest of the group as it passes sort of adjacent to them. And it's got close enough that it's within, like, you'd imagine, like a striking distance.
Hello?
And here you can see it is limping, lifting up one of its paws like this.
Oh. Guys, do you need... I guess we all could do our thing.
It's coming from
We're not here to hurt
down.
you. I mean, we could probably heal that paw if you need help. We know you can talk. We've been told.
Yes.
It says its jaw opens, and you do hear a voice kind of breathe out in this kind of wispy blue light as it speaks. And it does say, "Oh, this axe beak belongs to you. I do
Yes.
apologize. I didn't mean to spook it. We were merely curious. And it seems as though clumsily I busted up my leg in the chase. These axe beaks move rather fast."
Yeah, they're good pets. You are you gonna be okay?
It
We're kind
looks
of
at the paw and says, "I'm quite injured. You say you can heal?"
yeah, we're kind of curious about you as well. Like, not in a bad way. We just want to know what you're about here. That it seems the people living here are a bit scared.
They should be.
You
hear from another
Oh.
direction a voice growls from the cold. A separate wolf approaches. This one
what?
hackles raised and not limping.
But why though? Couldn't if you can speak, couldn't you come to some sort of agreement?
you hear one of the other wolf says, Canaan, manners. These kind folk just offered to help us. There's nothing kind about 10-towners.
Well, most of us aren't. Yeah, we're not 10-towners. We're kind of outsiders.
Yep. I'm from the Dales, but not from the 10 towns.
All the more reason not to trust them, Koran. And you see the other wolf that's still limping says, I apologize for my brother's behavior. They have not had the best of encounters with 10-towners.
Yeah. I mean, in all honesty, if we were to be hostile or injured, and we probably would have done it by now. But we already had the consensus that we were gonna try and speak to you guys if we found you.
See, Canaan? They're not hostile. We can reason with them. You just hear a kind of growl. Sorry. Koran, he was, yes, raised to be a little bit more wary. His old master used to, be rather mean to him.
Master?
Who was your old master? If you don't mind us asking.
Oh, a great and powerful man known as Karagai.
Is there a Kara girl?
No, he lives alone.
The guy.
I don't mean to sound offensive, but this is rather urgent. Did you take 2 of the children from the town?
Yeah, and what for, if so?
What will you do if we tell you?
I mean, that would
Slay
depend.
us.
That would depend on the reason you took them.
Yes.
Canaan, I think it's just better if we be honest with them. Yes. Karagai ordered us to kidnap them. They are uninjured. They're being holed in his lodge, merely half a day's walk west of here.
Are you two on good terms with Karagai, or you just feel like you have to follow him?
Karagai is very strong. He is not to be questioned.
Is this like a
Lest-
human?
Lest we get another paw broken, perhaps, or twisted.
So you'd probably be better off without him if he was to be gone. Because then he wouldn't be in control of you guys and wouldn't be harming you.
He wants us to deliver a message.
Okay.
They are being held ransom.
In exchange for
Karagai
what?
He has requested a king's ransom in food and gold.
From towns that have no food or gold.
That's what I said. And then I got a kick to the side.
Huh.
Hmm.
So, as I was saying, do you guys feel like you'd be better off without Karagai?
Don't entertain that idea, Koran.
Like,
But these adventurers look strong.
I mean, that was some pretty powerful threats.
And what? Yeah, if he doesn't seem like a good guy if he purposely harm you just for bringing up an interesting thought on his plan. Like you seem seem smarter than that.
Everyone here can roll insight checks. As you see the wolf kind of thinking it over and saying, we could be free of his abuse. Okay. Geist, surely it makes sense that you are literally the only one who actually succeeded on this. You are able to read wolves' emotions far better than anyone. Now, tone of voice is one thing, but a wolf's facial expressions and mannerisms tell far more. There is something of a false, like almost like a pretend kind of going on here. I'll say that the leg that the wolf is limping on, it doesn't even quite look that bad or injured. In fact, it's a little bit suspect that the wolf would twist their ankle chasing simple prey. It's a flat tundra after all. It's not something you have like concrete evidence on, of course, but it is a bit suspect, and
if
you get a feeling of kind of good wolf, bad wolf going on.
Yeah, that's what I was.
There's almost like a little bit of an act kind of happening here.
So,
yeah.
If we were to meet with this carrot guy, what are we looking at? Is he like a human, an orc, a giant, or?
No. I mean, yes, a giant.
Oh, we've dealt with those before.
He is a mean old frost giant.
We've dealt with undead versions of those before.
But it is not impossible to perhaps reason with him. As I said, he wants a ransom. Maybe you can negotiate. It's only 13 miles west of Dougan's Hull. But I will say they might not suffer too much longer. It's only a matter of time before Garagai skins and eats them.
Yeah.
You see it lick its chops.
Geist,
perhaps we'll get a scrap.
Geist looks at the one that's limping for a moment and just goes, just so we're aware of how bad your injury is, why don't you try putting some weight on that paw? Just to know how vital the healing needs to be.
I'm sure I've only twisted it. They attempt to. You hear a kind of ow, ooh, ooh, ooh. Sort of a very bad attempt to make out they're in pain. A little whimper, we'll say.
I mean, to me, that sounds really bad. Like, if someone harmed me that bad, I would definitely turn on them.
Oh, this was during the chase. I'm sure it'll feel.
As they've been talking, have they been like maneuvering? Essentially, does it feel like?
No.
Okay.
They have. The other one's been baring its fangs and hackles raised, but over the kind of course of this conversation, they've calmed down a bit thanks to the other one's demeanor.
Forgive me if this is a rude question, but I didn't think that wolves as powerful as you would have masters? I mean, why?
Frost giants
How
are
did this?
very powerful and excellent hunters.
What stops you from just leaving?
Leaving? This is our home. Born and raised as pups in Icewindale.
No, but we meant.
Yeah.
I think you meant what would stop you leaving the area.
You're like Karagai and not being
Karagai is an excellent hunter. He brings food in from the tundra.
He's
He's
not the
killed
only
even
one.
whales. And a whale will feed up for weeks and weeks. And he extracts its oil as well.
Then why don't you two lead the way to there and we'll follow you from behind. And we can speak to this
Lead from
Karagai.
behind. Koran will lead you. I will follow. He's always like this. But I do promise I will lead you to his lodge.
And if
Sure.
we were to deal with him for you, you're not going to turn on us, are you?
No. No, why? Why would we turn on our freedom fighters?
Insight.
Besides, there would be enough meat on the giant to last a very long time. Yeah, go ahead. Insight him.
15?
15.
Can I guidance? Guidance?
Yeah, you can. You see Kanan shoots you a glare as you do cast a spell. Bares his fangs. But
Sorry,
again, Koran does.
I
Does not calm them down.
I harm myself on the run here. Just a bit of healing.
The wolf, you're not quite sure if you can find the exact truth. Yeah, 19 is a success, but it's not a lie detector.
No.
There does seem to be something that's not quite making sense. In fact, I'll say this. This is what gives them away a little bit. When they say that there'd be enough meat on them, when they basically hint at the idea of eating the frost giant, there's a little snicker from the other wolf, like just a very faint little laughter. There's something funny about them eating their master.
I think we might be the analogy of the frost giant.
You can read into that as much as you want, but there is something odd about it. Like, they're clearly concealing something, but that is what's funny to them, is the idea of eating their master.
Huh.
Okay.
All right.
They do begin to lead you, regardless. They keep at least a 50-foot distance from you, which is quite a big berth.
Didn't the nice one originally say that the reason he was mean was due to his former master?
Former master being mean.
And then we asked about the
master.
Too.
You remember that? Yeah, that would be also why you picked it up on an 18. Because you're pretty sure they said former master, and they may have slipped up.
They've already
Yeah.
they've already eaten the frost giant.
That's great, guys. James passing his inside check in real life to match his character's pass in the game is
Yep.
perfect. Yeah, can ask the
Yeah.
dice tell the story here.
Yeah.
Yes, they did. Correct. They said former master. Now,
Ah.
whether that means because they've already decided to turn on him, or they don't treat them as master, or because their master is truly already dead and they've eaten them, you're not sure. But that's definitely a good inkling with your insights put together.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. We will say then that you begin to follow
I wish
at a
someone
cautious
had
distance.
a useful spell at this point, like telepathic communication or something. Really useful.
Detect thoughts would. Oh yeah.
Just
like
to be
I try
able
to give you as best I can with insight.
Yeah.
But like it's not detect thoughts at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
So.
I
Okay.
am very concerned about these wolves.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're
That
fully
is-
leading us into a trap. They're fully leading us into a trap.
Yeah.
But
Guys,
maybe we'll find a
continuing
kidnapped
your
kids.
continuing your 18, Geist, you notice that periodically Koran swaps foot from the injured one to the not injured one, as if realizing that it might be uncomfortable hopping the entire distance, and so they're like, actually, I'll just swap to the other foot, and yeah, they kind of look back to you, and you realize, hang on a minute, they may be
Yeah.
facing the other way now, but you're pretty sure it was the right paw.
Yeah,
Now it's the
Geist
left.
is just watching them, and it's just like he's got like one hand in the bag of tricks, hoping that it won't fail him this time.
I really wanted to side with the wolves, but these too shifty.
Honestly,
They
the
very much
moment the first one started, even before the second one turned up, I did not trust them in the slightest. No,
I
it might be
wanted it
just
to be good.
Me too.
Like they're taking the kids for a good reason.
Yeah.
To save them from incest. It's natural and normal. It's good that they're being.
Yeah, I was the same way. I really wanted them to be good wolves.
So
Mostly because I don't want to have to fight them.
Yeah. Geist is gonna follow up, be at the back of the group, I'm gonna say, and going to try to speak to the mean wolf as we're walking.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. There is a dense fog that begins to settle in slowly over time. The clear sky, becomes not so much clear. Also, Dougan's Hole is but a distant dot in the distance now. You've traveled 13 miles. This is normally quite a distance, but on Axpeak, it's not as bad. You haven't got the exertion kind of factor. But I will say that it does get quite cold, and I'm going to ask for one frost check through frost saving throw for everyone before you arrive at Dougan's the lodge. Okay.
My frost check looks weird. How do I don't know how it's showing as a resource. Instead
I
of
got a
check.
39.
Wow, 37, 39, and 39.
No, that's not a resource. That's your cold weather clothing, and I just need you to roll the feature called frost.
So this is
the feature.
This is what it's like to have blubber.
Oh, there it is. Okay, sorry.
It's a little warm, actually, if I'm being honest.
All right, you.
Sara-Jane, I'm seeing the same thing at the very top of my screen. It says frost check 1515, and then there's
that's your frost. That's your protection.
And then
that's your
resource
protection.
count.
That's not what you're clicking. You're clicking just the thing called frost save. The 15 out of 15 is telling you.
If you go to your features, there's a frost save at the very bottom.
I know.
And it used to be on the attributes page.
Right. Well,
it still is, but I think you might have just got.
It's still on the attributes page. It just goes scroll down to the bottom.
Right.
Yeah,
it
just
just
scroll
looks. The screen looks different. So
yes, I know. The resources I mentioned this at the
Yeah.
start. Okay, so there was a bug with the resources, and for some reason it's displaying 20 of them. But don't worry about it. Just
Okay.
Okay.
it's not broken your sheet or anything. Okay, so what happened is after a while, it looks like everyone's very wrapped up warm. You're good. Jutting out of this vast tundra is a towering edifice built entirely of ice. The domed structure is easily 3 times the height and width of any building you found in 10 towns. It seems as though they're truly not lying about a giant living here. This could only have possibly been built by such a kind. And I have actually got some art for it. Here you go.
Wow.
That's so
Looks
cool.
drafty.
Oh yes, it's very cold in there.
Good.
Sorry.
Frost
I mean,
giants do
this-
not need fire. They see it as a weakness.
Hmm.
Out of game, what?
Chris, is this
Oh,
from the
I
Crystal
took it
Shard,
off
the
from
book?
It's from. Well, there may have been one like that in the book, but
Okay.
no, it's not directly from it.
Okay.
Although it might have been.
you.
Actually,
Is
Can
the
we?
stupid wizard built a tower and with the Crystal Shard, and I wasn't sure if this is the same one.
Oh, this is not the tower. No,
Okay.
but remind me later, because you're going to be rolling a history check in a minute.
Okay.
Okay. Seems you're moving a lot of tokens at once there. But yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, Koran and Kanan have led you back to this place, and they finally reach up to the entranceway, and they kind of stand guard either side of this massive staircase that that descends into the lodge itself. It's quiet, and the dense fog beginning to roll in obscures much of your vision further in. But you can see there does appear to be a faint, flickering, cold blue flame inside.
I will go first, announcing your presence, so that Karagai does not kill you on sight.
That's where they are.
Okay then.
They head in, and after a moment or two, they do return.
Karagai is waiting for you inside.
Best not to keep
Well.
him waiting.
I'm gonna
Both of
tell
them watch you eagerly.
it's to guard the axe beaks, and I'm going to suggest a Geist that he pull something else out of the bag to see if we get anything else.
Sure. I can reach into my bag and see what we get. Yeah, it can't be a goat, so that's...
We're gonna see if we can
Well, that's a new one.
have any offerings to Karagai.
I'm just going to pull the third one and hope that I get something more useful. Oh.
An axe.
Um.
We've come to offer an axe beak.
I have
Another axe beak.
Like, Geist pulls out a white rabbit from his thing, and it has a hat on, and he just sort of looks at it for a moment. Just puts it on the ground.
Flashbacks.
Faith says, "Oh, doing magic tricks, are we?" Faith says,
apparently so. Not well, we've got an extra axe beak, so fluffy axe beak, guard other axe beaks with bits.
Well,
and goat.
After you two, it would be rude for us to enter before, the people living here.
And I'm going to take Andy out of her cage and carry her with me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do they say anything to that, or do they go in before us?
No, what they do is, and continuing a kind of insight from earlier, they position themselves in an odd fashion, actually. They don't wait by the door. They group up behind you and watch from a distance as you go into the lodge.
That
So
sounds
this is the
such a
entrance
trap.
here.
It's such a trap. I hate
Yep.
this.
Yes,
Feel
but
like we should-
What do we do?
sometimes.
I feel like we
So
should
you're
bring
like
the
overlooking
Axe Beaks
it.
with us.
Oh,
As-
I'm
Yeah.
not going that close.
Does it look
Yeah.
Why am I
big
that close?
enough for the axe beak? Well, Winterwolf just went in, so I guess we
Oh,
can
yeah.
take the axe beaks. Let's ride
Yeah,
him
it's
mounted.
massive. The entrance is like 20 foot wide. Actually 15 foot wide. No, actually,
Yeah.
it should be 20.
We're
No,
gonna
no, it is. It's 20 feet wide.
we're gonna
Yeah, I
keep on
don't-
our axe beaks, and Bits can ride the fluffy axe beak or the goat, whichever.
Are you gonna?
fits.
All right. Yeah, you can stay on your Axe Peaks. Yeah, sure. All right.
Yeah, I don't feel
I'll,
safe leaving them behind.
Yeah,
Sure enough.
and I want to keep like
What you can do is, just to make this easier, you can grab your characters and have them follow your Axe Peaks, and you can move your Axe Peak. So, or vice
Yeah.
versa, you can have your Axe Peak follow you. But to do that, you select your Axe Peak, and then you hover over your character, and then press F, and that'll follow them.
Where'd my axe beak go?
Mine's gone.
And then you just
Where's
need to move.
Thunder?
Yeah, my axe beak literally turned
Thunder's
invisible.
next to you.
Oh, there it is. I see it.
No, Labrys is here. It's because there's not much light. Physically cannot see.
Where am I? I don't see myself.
You should be here. Oh, are you not?
I don't see.
You're not here?
I can't see.
Okay.
Says I have no tokens
Should
on
be.
the screen either.
You're right there.
No,
Okay, hold on.
no, I can't.
Good.
I could see myself for a second. It was flashing there, but oh, there we go. Do I have
Okay.
control. Okay. No, I've been
And
trying to
Wedge
turn
is
on my
following you, yeah?
lantern, so yeah, Wedge should be following me.
Okay.
Trying to turn on my lantern now.
Big Nugget will follow Eve. And Bits is following Ashanti. And
But I'm hoping if I'm doing it right.
Brewster is following Hulla, right? Cool. All right, cool. So you begin to head in. And like I say, the two Winter Wolves, they position themselves like at the entrance, but not guarding it, but rather like eagerly watching you go inside.
Do they seem to be like following us once we go inside, or do they just stay at the
No.
entrance?
They don't. They watch and wait. Okay. Heading in, there is indeed a freezing cold temperature as you go down even further into below. One of them notices you going the wrong way. 607 in Ashanti. They say, no, over here.
Oh.
That's the wrong way. There are, though, 3 different entrances you could go in, but they try to correct you.
These blue flame effects are really cool.
I hear. There's a sight up ahead, guys, that gives you cause for concern. A massive stone throne sits in the center of this cold chamber. Its walls are glittering with ice that kind of resembles a sepulchre of some sort. And in front of this shattered stone is a bloody, frozen, hacked up corpse of a giant, a frost giant. They are laying there, almost entombed in a translucent ice.
Oh no. Does this translucent ice look similar to what we found Glory?
No, it looks perhaps just like it's built up, perhaps over time, but you would need to get perhaps a closer look. The lights go ahead to sort of illuminate, the stained, frozen blood that has kind of almost gone black over time. And chiseled into the throne's backrest is like a large rune of some sort, but it's kind of like stained with blood.
Eve, you speak Giantish, right? I
Does
think
she?
I would assume so, being Goliath.
She does.
She does.
She does. Yeah.
Can you read what that rune indicates? Because I'm imagining it's a giant rune.
It is a giant rune, yes. And just as she's getting perhaps close enough to read what it is,
Is it a
it's
giant's rune or is it just a rune that's big?
it's a rune that isn't giant. But Eve and Hulla, as you get to here, you realize to your right there is another set of stone steps that descend down even further into perhaps other areas. And as the light hovers over there, you begin to hear a heavy thud, 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 as something begins to
Run
pick up
away!
pace.
Run away!
And you hear this charging coming down the corridor, and Eve,
Mammoth.
Hulla, and now everyone, I guess, sees a gigantic woolly mammoth charging into the room. Their fur is unkempt, and their tusks look old and chipped. And as it sort of charges into here,
This is all your fault. You are to blame for all of this.
Who? Me?
it seems to be indiscriminately shouting this is into the group, and I'm gonna have everyone roll initiative because it begins to charge.
This would be so
shit.
bad.
Hold on.
Oh.
Sorry, yeah. We're gonna remove the what's it called?
Why couldn't they have just told us it was a mammoth and not instead of like we can still deal with it for them.
Can we?
I mean we could.
I'm at the top. Oh my god.
Oh, Eve is pretty low.
You're on your axe beaks. They will go on your turn. You can move as if you were using their movement, which is 50 feet. And they can also bonus action dash or disengage. Okay? Just so you know.
Can we get the axe beak to follow me again?
Oh, you select the wedge and then hover over 6 or 7 and then press F. And then if you moved 6 or 7, it should follow you, but well, I'll do it for you. There you go. It's a bit tricky to hover over 6 or 7. He's underneath the token, but I'll help you out. There you go.
Okay.
Alrighty. Bits is also going to go on your turn. Who else is up? The Winter Wolves. Is that them?
Come on, no, we're helping them. They don't have to be against us.
Well, they're there regardless. We don't even know whether you're going to fight yet. This is simply to make sure that we are all in a clean turn order. 6 or 7, you shouted something like "run, run." You can definitely run if you want.
I'm one of the wolves around here. I'm afraid of the wolves, and I'm afraid of this wolf. I'm in a pickle here.
Oh yeah, you see the creature though. This is massive. Ignore the rider on the art, but
how fast did the axe beaks go again?
50 feet, and 100 on a dash.
Do we see the guy on top of the mammoth? Or
No,
is that
no, ignore that. There is a frost giant in the room, but it is on the ground dead. And it's sat on the base of the...
In terms of the travel here, would it have taken over an hour?
No. 13 miles? Oh, wait, maybe.
So I'm just wondering if
probably.
Would I have got technically a short rest along the way?
We didn't really cover that, so I'm going to say no.
I was just thinking in case I would have got my second spell slot back.
No, you were staving off the cold. It's not really a feasible thing to rest out in the open tundra.
Okay. I want to get away from the wolves. I'm going to run this way.
Okay.
100 feet.
I'm just going to position you a little bit there because there's a stone throne here, which kind of does block some movement.
Okay.
So I'll say you there.
Yeah, if I can put the stone in between me and the mammoth, yeah, that'd be great.
Yep, you got it.
Okay.
All right, that's your turn. Well, sorry,
Yeah,
that's
I'm
your
gonna
movement.
keep that. Keep that. I'm gonna just move my lights just a little bit. This one here is probably fine to stay there, so I'm gonna move this one back into the hallway a little bit.
Yeah. Thankfully, there is quite a lot of lights in here, but yeah, you can fill out the areas where it's dark.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep an eye on the wolves out here a little bit, and yeah, okay. That's my
Yeah.
bonus action, I guess, is moving the lights.
That's
And
correct,
then,
yeah.
I think. Yeah, that's my turn, I think. Yeah.
You have an action still.
I have an action?
Yeah, so the best thing about mounts is all of that 100-foot movement, that was just your axe beats movement and their
Okay.
action.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, mounts are kind of strong in
how
in
sure am I that this is going to start into a fight?
You see that it's this furious mammoth. It speaks aloud and has blamed you for something, and it's charging now with its tusks firmly
So like almost
forward.
100% gonna be a fight, right?
You don't know if there's some sort of misunderstanding because you don't know if the party have wronged this mammoth or not, but it does look aggressive. 100%. It's charging, but you don't know why, really.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll use my action to dodge, I guess.
Dodge is fine. We'll do that. There you go. All right, sorry. Barry, it is now your go. What do you want to do?
It's charging towards us. I'm charging
It
away
is.
from it.
Mm-hmm.
I charged into the room.
Yep, I'm doing the same thing. I'm following 607. I think I can get. How far can I get? Probably get
100
further.
foot.
It wasn't giving me.
You
I
can
probably
get to
some better.
these stairs. Well.
Yeah, I'm gonna get.
Yeah, the top of the stairs there, right there.
And I am going to use. I'm gonna use Phantasmal Force on the mammoth, and if it fails its save, it's going to see this 10-foot frost giant come down and basically, in the hopes of it looking something like its former master, that will try and attack its feet. Basically, the same as what they described. So let me
roll. Yeah, try and target it. See if that automated. Okay, I see a 17 on the dice. Wait, no, I don't.
13.
Yes, I do.
That
It's got
came out as.
-4. Yeah, it's got -4 on its intelligence. I feel like that's not right, considering Awaken gives you.
It doesn't.
You? Like,
It doesn't
of
matter
10.
anyway
Yeah,
because
right.
it just passed because I'm exhausted.
Okay, it should have had 10 intelligence because it is very clearly an awakened mammoth, so it should have had just 17 just as a base.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, so it sees this momentarily, and for a brief moment.
Karagai. No, this is more lies. Karagai is dead. To adventurers like you will not trick me.
And
Okay.
And I could have got to the top of the stairs. Yep.
Ashanti, this is where I would like you to roll the wisdom history check. Ashanti? Oh, wow, we'll keep going down on the turn order. Koran, the wolves edge closer to the entrance, now hearing this go down. Both are going to take cover. And both are taking that action. They don't pounce on you. Okay, Norsu. Alright. The mammoth charges. Infuriated even more so now that you have tried to trick it. So it's going to go right through Eve by the looks. They're the ones inspecting the rune. Yeah, I know. It's rough. Trampling charge. If I move 20 feet in a straight line and hit with a gore attack, they die. Okay, cool.
They die. Wow.
I think its anger is based mostly at the adventurers, so it's going to try and use its tusks to knock Eve off of the axe beak. So here we go. Yeah, that's gonna hurt. They're barely alive on 1 HP.
Oofed.
Yes, oofed indeed. It doesn't stop there though, unfortunately.
Wait. Does riposte do anything, or is that only on the miss? Oh, that's only on the miss.
I need Eve to make me a strength saving throw. I'll give them advantage because they're mounted.
As
Wow.
Eve is a Goliath, do they have or is that no, they're the cloud giant, so they don't have the stone giant endurance.
They have a teleport. Yes, correct. Now Eve is able to hold on tight to Big Nugget, who like rears back and tries to swing around with the momentum, preventing Eve from flying off onto the floor, which is a lifesaver because after that gore, you see its massive feet raise up and slam down and into the ground, shaking the entire foundations of this lodge. And you imagine if Eve was dismounted and on the floor, they would be crushed underneath such an attack. But that is their go. I think we'll say it's moved up to here as well, like right into the fray. Yeah, Eve got rocked by that one. She is very badly injured. Geist, your turn.
Oh,
yeah, I should also say on its turn, it says, I,
Norsu, will avenge my master. For you murderous adventurers.
right, Geist.
You...
Wait. We're not responsible for the death of your master. We came here at the behest of those winter wolves outside who told us there were children here in need of rescuing. We mean you no harm. We meant him no harm. We merely wanted to negotiate. We thought he was still alive. Please let us talk this out.
This would be your action. You can still move Labrys around, but yes, I will say you can roll. Unfortunately, it is hostile, so it is a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Yeah,
but there's a
any
potential
chance it can be animal handling. Animal still.
Oh, you've got better animal handling, huh? Okay. Well, you can make gestures in addition to saying this, I will say if you make gestures and
He's basically
calm this down.
Like, hey, like we don't mean any harm. I've not got any weapons out. You know.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, with disadvantage.
Give me an animal. It is with disadvantage.
Ooh.
No. That's an 18. That's not bad. Seems like God.
And if that had been persuasion instead, that would have been a 14. So it's still pretty good either way.
There is a point as well. I would like if Ashanti's back to roll me a history check because they're up next, and this also might play very much into this. Okay. Not good. 9. It doesn't. You know how earlier you were like, "Is this something to do with the frozen the crystal shard?"
Right.
You remember stories of adventurers slaying terrible threats in Icewindale. You know, killing dragons, killing giants. I mean, that's how the
Right.
giants pretty much got extinct because adventurers went and killed them all. You're not sure the specific details surrounding this one's death, but it seems to blame adventurers like yourselves. So you can use your own kind of ideas in regards to that, but you definitely recall that giants were killed by adventurers. That did happen all the time. Right. So how does he react? Norsu says,
Your kind has always hunted ours.
Well, to be
But
fair, your kind or his kind has often hunted our kind as well. So, and he's would have been very dangerous, but I imagine deserved to live. He was a mighty hunter, from what I understand, and I can respect that, being a hunter myself. Perhaps you could tell us more about what happened, and maybe there's a way we can look into it to see if we can truly avenge him, maybe? I don't know if it's possible. Maybe the person who killed him is already dead, but then again, I've got...
You are from the Reged, I can tell.
Yes.
Which tribe are you from?
The Wolf Tribe?
This may determine... Not the elk?
No. Wait. This adventurer that defeated your master wouldn't happen to have been with a drow, would he?
"Arrgh!" You see his feet raise up and let down another kind of stomp into the ground that shakes the whole foundation once again. You can definitely tell he's pissed off about a drow.
He turns.
Damn it,
You,
Wolfgar.
Dwarf.
Yes.
Dwarf, are you from the Battlehammer clan?
No, I'm from south of here. I'm not even from Icewindale.
It does seem to be indifferent as a result of all of this. I will give Ashanti and Eve a go before we get to the bottom of initiative. Ashanti, was there anything you want to do on your turn? It seems as
No,
though...
I don't trust the wolves, which is why I'm hanging back. So I'd like to hold my action in case the wolves try to attack us from the rear.
Yeah, you can see their snouts kind of poking around through the corners here, and they're watching and waiting for something to happen, but...
Right.
Eve will just pull Big Nugget back and will jump down in front of Big Nugget and basically bait and switch.
Well, they're riding bait. They're riding Big Nugget, right? But you just want to use it just to get the extra AC, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Basically, she's not going to do anything offensive. She's going to do defensive, just basically bolster herself in case anything does go wrong.
You got it. Okay, then.
forgot what it is. Is it a D8? D8. So her AC at the moment is 24.
Alrighty.
And she'll be taking the dodge action. But she's...
Damn it. They're talking to him. They're not supposed to talk. They're supposed to be crushed.
So... Barry, I'll just be like, so... Your friends outside, they don't seem to have held your master in high regards. They seemed a bit so-so on whether we harmed him or not upon coming here. Now, we came for a conversation, but yeah, that's where we stood with the wolves.
They're snitching on us, Koran. Let's get out of here. You can hear the wolves hear you, and on their turn, they rush into the snow and are dashing away. Faith comes up to the entrance on her turn. They're running. They're getting away. Do you want me to chase after them, or shall I?
Not by yourself, no.
Okay. She rides in on her axe beak. Hulla, is there anything you want to do on your turn?
Yeah, I want to circle around so that I can get over to Eve, and I'm gonna cast a Cure Wounds on Eve.
Go right ahead. Okay. I'm not gonna delete the entire turn order, but I will say that
I'm gonna cast
as though...
Chromatic Orb at Norsu.
What? What?
Here we go.
Oh my
Just
god.
kidding. Just kidding.
Okay. All right.
Things were going so well.
So funny if that
Guys was... if you did that, I think guys would just be like, dude!
He just kind of zones out for a bit and like, oh, we're fighting.
So, you see the mammoth has... It's got all four, like, massive boulders of legs just basically sat over the... It's standing over the top of the corpse, right? So it's, like, guarding it, right? With all four legs positioned around it. It's still incredibly wary of you all. It is no longer hostile, but it is very indifferent. It seems to just be going around confirming that none of you are even tied to or connected to the aforementioned adventurers who are the responsible for this murder.
You know, thinking about it, I kind of get the feeling that the wolves, well, already knew that the Frostmaiden was dead. And maybe they were leading. Maybe they were leading us here to try and kill them.
Oh, they were setting us into a trap.
Or they just wanted to see us crush so that they could get us food. But
I'm gonna come around. I don't feel like this is gonna go aggressive anymore.
Right. Mr. Are we still going in initiative?
Norsu.
Yeah.
No.
We have with us.
Where is he going?
I honestly don't know. He does his own thing. Possibly to go rescue the children that are meant to be here. But
you better not be pillaging and looting.
And if he is, you feel free to crush him. I don't care enough about him.
You strange tin man. The children are not here. They reside in a cage.
Where's the cage?
Follow me.
Okay. He moves pretty quietly for a big guy.
But
What?
guessing he's. Yep. You.
I wanted to explore that place a little more.
Ashanti, do you want to? You're better with kits than most of us. Do you want to go with them?
Yeah, I'm following.
Oh, we should have just killed the wolves while we had them.
Hey, where'd the wolves go?
They
weren't they with us?
They ran away.
Took off into the forest.
Oh, because we didn't die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Yeah,
Where'd
I
you go?
heard
Oh, there you
them
are.
whispering that we were telling on them, and then they disappeared.
The gigantic mammoth gestures with its trunk and points into this chamber here.
Okay.
They are unharmed.
I'm gonna
All right.
go in.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna dismount off my axe beak. Tell Bits to guard. Hang on, I'm having trouble seeing.
Oh, hey,
So-
kids in a cage. Kids in a cage. I found the kids in a cage.
Okay.
It's a good job we got that spare axe beak.
Yeah. I don't know where Ashanti
Hello,
went.
children. You're safe
Yeah.
now, I think.
Are they murderers?
So as you're entering
Well,
in,
alive, so probably not.
Hey, my name's
sorry,
Ashanti. Can you tell me your names?
yeah, you approach this huge slatted animal cage with a locked gate attached to it by rusty hinges.
Oh, I can
as
take
you-
care of those hinges. Hold on.
Hang on, 607. Let's make sure that nothing will happen.
Too late.
Okay.
The fireball definitely hits its target and blasts the rusty hinge off.
Hey, you're free.
And previously trapped inside now there are two shivering humans in cold weather clothing. They look fearfully at you, 607. But Ashanti, as you try to introduce yourself to them, a spindly girl with pointy teeth. You can see snow clinging to the ends of her long braids. She says, who are you? Are you from 10 Towns?
We are here to rescue you and take you home again. Your granny told us that you had disappeared and you had followed the winter wolves, so we're here to take you back home to Dougan's Hole.
Are you children okay? Are you unharmed? Are you alive? Are you... Is your grandmother like some sort of a weird hag thing?
The piebald face, small child, flanked by malformed ears, speaks up and says, Granny Demoot?
Yeah, she seems
Is
a
that
little
Granny Demoot?
strange. Well, the old lady in the town, yeah.
No, she's okay. She's a little
Works for me.
crabby sometimes, but she's
Yeah,
our grandmother.
okay, yeah.
Why?
That's okay. Well, cage is open. Come on.
You see, he examines the brackets of that hold it together, the slats of the cage. His hands are frostbitten, though. You can see he is pretty bad shape, and you can see his teeth are chattering uncontrollably.
Where's the cleric? Hey, cleric.
Where's the cleric?
Faith.
Oh, you want that
Yeah,
hole?
Faith approaches.
I'm in the other room. I can't hear anything.
Faith, maybe you can help them out. Their fleshy parts are not doing so well.
You're freezing to death. Please come here. Let's warm you up. Yeah, she tries to light up a nearby torch and.
If we can put them on a sled, I'll have Bits sit between them, and cuddling, and
We've
Bits
got an
can be
extra axe
very
beak.
warm.
Yeah, got the extra axe beak.
They say, "Look, this is my axe beak. They're very friendly. You'll. It's called Pecky. And you take them and keep warm, and I'll take the spare. I'll take the summoned one from the bag of tricks." And they thank Faith, and she tends to their frostbitten hands and keeps them warm. Meanwhile, Norsu kind of looks on, still kind of like scraping one of its feet into the snow.
Garagai was a powerful giant. I lived with him all my life. Then a drow, a dwarf, a human. 2 humans, actually. One from the Oak tribe. The other, she bore a bow. They entered into our lodge. Murdered Garagai. I have still not found peace.
Ashanti, add this. You definitely recognize the troop, the band that they are talking
Yeah.
about.
But I don't know that I want to say anything to upset the woolly mammoth. Although, to
Yeah.
be perfectly honest, Ashanti really wants to ask if I can pet the woolly mammoth. I just want to touch its fur.
You can roll a animal handling check. It's flat, but you can try to comfort them as they mention that they have not found any peace. And we'll see
No.
what you get on that. What was that?
11.
11. Its trunk, it doesn't like move or push itself away, but its trunk does kind of reach out and like holds away your hand.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to offend. I just, um, hugs are very important to a lot of the peoples, and I was just trying to offer comfort. Plus, I've
I
never.
do not seek your pity or sympathy. I seek
would
vengeance.
I would never pity such a magnificent being as yourself, and I'm saying that sincerely. I have never seen a mammoth before, and I've only heard of olifants far to the south. So you are the very first of your kind I've ever known, and you are truly awe-inspiring. I just don't have words to describe how I'm feeling right now.
I do. Intimidated.
Okay, my friend 607 is right. Intimidated is a good word.
Garagai lived and entertained other frost giants here. They were a respected giant. They held good position here in the far north. Although they were not a Jarl, everything in the lodge was built for the giants, to accompany them, to hold feasts and meetings. This place is...
Can I ask? Oh,
Go
go
on.
ahead. Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
Well, this place has fallen to pieces almost. It's more of a husk now. The other frost giants, I have not seen them. I doubt if there's any even left. Gone are the glory days where we would ride out together, hunting dragons and worms.
What,
Hmm.
are there other of your kind? Are there other woolly mammoths?
There are. They are far and few between. I fear they too may be lost as the giants. Perhaps it is only my intelligence that has kept me alive. If the Ten Towners were to see us, they would simply see a supply of food for a year.
What how old do your people live usually? If you remember giants and worms and dragons. I do your people live for thousands of years?
No. But we are far stockier and fiercer than normal elephants and mammoths. We're a subarctic type of mammoth. We live far longer, far hardier than your subtropical ones.
Mm. And when was the last time you saw one of your kind?
Too long.
I would be very lonely. It would make me very sad not to see my kind.
You see its trunk kind of like swishes and sways the snow in front of it, kind of back and forth, kind of dirtying its own trunk. I mentioned when it first appeared that its fur coat has kind of all become like drab and unkempt. There is these kind of lace like leather straps that kind of tie back and forth down the tusks, and you can imagine in its heyday it would have been this kind of intricate crisscrossed pattern, but they've since become kind of messed up, torn here, snapped there, and like knotted. You can still see there is a faint resemblance of like a harness or reins on it, not the full saddle, but like just the bit.
Would you,
And yeah.
I take care of our axe beaks a lot, and I'm not saying you're an axe beak, but would you be offended if I got out the currying comb and maybe took some of these knots out?
I was going to suggest the same thing.
Man, we ride you?
Yeah, I was just
607, I'm not
yes.
sure that we should ride other sentient beings.
I mean, he used to have a giant riding him. Like, one little me wouldn't be nothing.
Barry comes out and pretty much says the same thing. He's like, I have a kid at home, and rather than lying about the fact, would I be able to ride you or like sit on you, or at the very least, could you lift me up with your trunk as if you're about to kill me?
Can I ride you into battle against the Ten Towners?
It would be a great start.
Enough. I am not some pet.
No, like That's why I said at least you could pretend to kill me.
Well, I'm asking
Um,
permission.
My patience and trust for 10-towners and the like has worn thin
That's what I'm saying.
over
Go
the
against.
years.
I realize this.
If you wish to get out any knots, you can dispose of the kobolds that are infesting the lodge.
Oh,
Wait,
Oh, there's kobolds here?
Yes, and their presence here is a dishonor to my master.
and if
I've not kept the place clean.
and if we do that, you'll reward us with.
Then maybe I will let you leave without
Oh.
repercussion.
Oh.
speaking of honoring your master, we have with us a fairly skilled cleric or a god in charge of dead souls and stuff. Perhaps we could perform some funeral rites to honor his spirit.
You know of our ways, young cleric?
I'm afraid I don't. But
But
all I could do would be to say a few words in my own style, or maybe just stand with you as you to witness if you want to have your own rights to do.
Would Eve know? Knowing
yeah,
giant?
I was going to ask the same.
Eve has been keeping quiet, deliberately so, because Goliath used to hunt mammoths as well. They were a great source of food and ivory, so they're kind of keeping quiet. They do know of some giants, like not rituals, but like language and such. And I would like Eve to actually roll an Arcana check, because that rune on the back of the throne, it actually does mean something.
Nope.
She says, whilst this is giant, it's actually more like giant magic, not just the language. It's a specific rune. I'm actually going to let her roll advantage for this, because it is a giant specific rune. It's not just Arcana. So you can roll this again, just in case.
Okay.
Nah,
Nope.
same. She says she's not really sure what it means, but she knows it's supposed to be a magic rune, and that's why she can't discern exactly what it's supposed to do. But she can read giant, and she knows what it means. It's like ice. It's the rune for ice, but she doesn't know giant magic. She was raised a fighter.
In terms of your ways, Norsu, whilst we've been traveling, we dealt with a hag who raised the bones of some of the frost giants to fight us, dishonoring them, in my opinion. But what main thing I wanted to say is, in the caves we saw ancient drawings of frost giants walking into like a hot spring and turning into skeletons, possibly. Do you know what that's about? It's been bugging me. And perhaps it will help towards us understanding the funeral rites to truly honor your master.
Okay, so talking about what was found in Cauldron Caves, correct?
Yeah. And also I thought the whole pointing out that we killed a hag that was dishonoring frost giant skeletons might get on his good side.
You can probably give me a persuasion check on that. Also, Hulla, with the mention of you don't know their rituals, Faith does say that I've studied many religions, but I might be able to piece some of them together. Perhaps from even like records we find here, but together I think we might be able to perform last rites. It would take a day to sort of figure it out together, though. Mechanically speaking, you could prepare the spell ceremony, and ceremony allows you to perform a last rites, which prevents a corpse from being raised as undead, but it would definitely also fulfill the same sort of thing that you're trying to do here.
I can definitely with that. Says it takes an hour though, not a day.
A day because you have to prepare it, right? And you can only do that at the end of a long rest.
Oh, right. Okay. Yep, gotcha.
But yeah, you are right. It is only an hour casting. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Why don't you start to prepare the casting and we can go hunt kobolds? I haven't bled in days.
Anyway, the persuasion for
Yeah,
okay, you got 17. He does
reveal. Frost giants, when they come of an older age, their prowess in battle begins to wane, and rather than die an old, weakened age, they seek out fights, battles. An honorable death is one where blood is shed on the snow. It is not honorable to sit and wait to die. Others who are more in touch with the gods, they seek to give their souls over to the icy goddess of Auril. They are zealous in their belief that by doing so they will be gifted an afterlife of revelry and joy and perhaps some sort of heavenly afterlife, a great mead hall where horns are sounded, Valkyries fly. Do not understand every part of this afterlife, but I do know that some would venture to these caves to drown themselves in frozen water. By succumbing to the cold, they would be giving themselves physically and spiritually to Auril herself.
Oh, that makes sense. Wait, does that mean that your master worshipped Auril?
You see, he shakes his head slowly from side to side.
Garagai was not as fanatical as other frost giants, but they did believe that Auril was an ally to the frost giants, and that her ways aligned with theirs. But no, he was more in service to Kelvin.
Wait, Kelvin is in the one...
The king of frost giants.
Oh.
So that's what the cairn is named after.
How? Oh my god.
Oh.
Kelvin is seen as the one true king of frost giants. He is the one who united all the tribes. Before then, they were blundering, wayward hunters. But under Kelvin, they were an army, a force of brothers and sisters. And then adventurers like yourselves came and wiped them out.
Well, not quite like ourselves.
But I suppose, with the exception of your master, at least they would have died honorably in battle, though.
Remains to be seen what kind of adventurers you are. The kobolds are in the mead hall.
That's fine.
Of course, it's
do you
somewhere
know
like a
Okay,
mead.
let's go fight some kobolds.
Do you know if any of the frost giants was called Snoop? Inside that same cave, we found some writing that said Snoop was here.
Which way is the mead hall? Down here?
That way.
Okay. Hey, kobolds, we're
There are
coming to
two-
fight you.
607, I'm right
There are two-
behind you.
In this case,
They're too quick for me. They get into
Nice.
little crevices I cannot fit.
Yeah. He doesn't seem to answer your question. Sorry, Barry.
No. I want to know
He doesn't
about
speak
Snoop.
Kobold.
Oh, this might be the mead hall.
Don't speak
Alright.
kobold.
As you shout, "We're coming for you!" 607. Roll an intimidation check.
Okay. I thought they wanted to die in a fight, right?
The giants do, not the kobolds.
Oh,
Uh,
I misunderstood.
you see along this mead hall there is a whole row of trophies, plaques of dangerous beasts. There does appear to be 2 dragon skulls mounted on the wall, as well as like the usual kind of game, like wolves, elks.
This place is so much closer than the where the Goliaths were. Could have just come here and taken a skull.
Yeah. There is also a
But
massive
then we wouldn't
hewn
have to eat,
table.
so.
The table is hewn from a single block of ice that stands in the middle of this cold chamber, and
I'm gonna
indeed
stand on the
surrounded by.
table.
Okay,
Jumping on
you have
the
to climb
table.
up. Yeah, it's pretty tall. Many of the chairs are like
maybe-
chipped and cracked.
Barry, you want to stay at the entrance here? I don't want them to get away
Yeah.
from me.
Eva's coming as well, by the looks of it.
Hmm.
Are they under the table? Let me look under the table.
You can look under the table, and when I say look, I mean like you can walk under the table. That's how freaking tall it is. There is a statue of some sort of spindly creature that is lying on the floor, and you can see it recognizes the image of a Chewinga. Yeah, it's very strange. It just looks like a stone Chewinga. Yeah.
Like, can I poke it with something? With one of my sticks?
Yeah, you poke it and it kind of wobbles on its side.
Okay.
Yeah, you've never. It's quite. It's like the literal same size as a Chewinga.
Oh wait, I should have
Um,
brought my lights in. Oh, let me go get. I need to go get my lights. Where's my lights? Lights.
Yeah.
Lights. Where are they? They're out here
You see it?
somewhere.
It's right here.
Do you have a torch?
While he's fetching his
I have
lights, I'd
my-
like to explore.
Yeah, I gotta go find my lights. I left them out here somewhere.
Yeah, sure thing. You're looking for kobold tracks, perhaps, or you're looking for
Yes,
their
I'm
hiding
just
spot?
looking. I'm looking to see if I can see anything in this hall that'll be useful for tracking them or finding them.
Evil help.
Okay, you got it. Give me a survival check or an investigation. And see if you can find them. 12, 13. Oh, sorry, 13. All right. Let's have a look.
Is staring at the giant whale skeleton thing if he can see anything hiding amongst it.
Right. So if you've come into this room, I'll get to that in a minute. There is an awful stench in there, as you can already see.
At the moment, I think Geist has no sense of smell. He's still recovering from the surge from him.
Oh, right.
It's only been a day. I don't think that spell would have gone too easily.
Find my Icewind Kobold. There's one. Okay, so let me roll these.
One of these happens to have a
As
bonked head now.
What?
Ashanti, even on an 11, you are able to discern certain little clawed tracks, scratchings and scrapings across several of the like legs of the table, and you can see that they work their way up the legs of the chairs as well. And there's also some scratchings up the walls to where the statue is. It's not the statue, the trophies and the cupboard is. This cupboard is massive. It's like might as well be an entire building for you guys,
Okay, well,
like a shed.
I'll point that out to everybody in the room with me so that they can see it as well. Do I find something that looks like the kobolds have held, have sat upon? Something I can give Bits to smell and see if Bits can track them?
Yeah, you can definitely see where the scratchings are. There may be like discarded little bits of bone here and there.
Okay. So I'm gonna say point to that and say Bits, and I'm gonna point to the leg and say track, and have it smell and say track smell, and see if
Yeah,
Bits can track them.
roll a perception check with advantage.
For Bits?
Yeah, for Bits. For Frodo.
Oh, I am having the worst dice luck today.
Don't worry, so are they. Their stealth wasn't particularly high. You you can actually see Bits sniffing around the tables of the legs of the tables and chairs, and then Bits suddenly sniffs around near this chair, and then looks up. Um,
Oh,
but they can't see up in there. It's quite dark in the recesses of the chair.
607, can you
Yeah, on it.
cast a light up there?
I'm at the chair, shining a light around the chair.
So yeah, Bits is like kind of looking up and underneath the chair, and to see it, you'd have to get like right under. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta get underneath the chair. I got an idea.
Oh, they're doing the roof thing where you keep yourself held to the roof.
Yeah. I'm gonna cast Silent Image. And I'm gonna have a halfling fighter-looking person, and I think I can move it. So I'm gonna have the image of the halfling fighter in like a cloak, so I don't have to see limbs move into the underneath the chair.
Okay. You're gonna make it look like what's his name? Ronaldo. Oh, dear. So as the image begins to walk underneath the chair, you hear a crack of ice as suddenly one of the legs gives out, and as a result, the sheer weight of this thing causes the entire chair to collapse. And I would make your silent image roll a dexterity save, but you just see the entire thing crash down and crush your image.
Oh,
like,
Ronaldo!
Ronaldo is crushed to death underneath this tons of ice. As soon as that happens, you see a little scampering creature leap out from underneath the chair, like swing out from under, and and is running away. No, wait.
Can I shoot it?
It's gonna. Yeah, you could try to. Yeah, it's gonna jump away as fast as it can. It's gonna take the dodge action. Yeah. You can have disadvantage to shoot it.
Sure.
Oh no! Ah!
Oh,
Ah! They got, and you hear voices from around the room as well saying, "No, they got Snorp. Snorp's down. Retreat, retreat!" And you hear that voice coming from the cupboard, and you hear the other voices coming from the dragon as well. Snorp, you see cowering in a ball, screams, "I surrender! I surrender! Please, please don't hit me!"
they're too cute to kill.
Nonsense.
Oh no!
Hello,
No.
Snort.
W-
Hello,
Wait,
Snort.
wait. Hang on. Are y'all the kobolds that were accompanying the wizard?
Mm, no.
Are you
Oh,
the
that was your only way out. You should have been the kobolds that accompanied the wizard, Snort.
Are you the
Now I'm gonna have to
kobolds that,
kill you.
that infiltrated their way into the hag's lair?
No,
Snob can
remember
accompany you. You look like powerful wizard. We accompany you.
remember we were in the stables and there was a party of kobolds in the stables with us. And they left with, I thought, the wizard, or they left with somebody.
They left with some
Uh,
woman.
I could tell you who that was. Velamin Harple
Yeah.
has 6 kobolds. The kobold keeper.
I've only got eyes on 3. I got Snorp here. There's one in the closet, and there's one in the other dragon head over there.
Was one of them Snarp?
That's what they just shouted. They got Snorp.
Yeah, but I mean, like from Velamin Harple's troop.
No. You remember they looked a little bit.
Disfigured.
They were better. They were
Yeah.
more like put together. These guys are scavengers.
Yeah, that's true. One of them wasn't
Not
wearing
all
any cold weather
kobolds look
clothing.
alike.
Hmm,
Okay.
true.
Well, it was just a thought. I just wanted to, before we threatened and everything, I just wanted to make sure that this wasn't somebody we'd encountered before.
So
Yeah,
the
one
question,
of them had
Snorp,
its
is
head caved into.
Snorp,
Yeah.
do you want me to kill you first, or do you want me to kill your friends first?
No, no. And you hear another voice, this time from the dragon's head, kind of like above, and it says, "You will leave, Snorp, or else I will breathe fiery doom upon you,
You know,
and
you
you will
could.
die."
You know, you could just offer us something like
I'm
to
gonna
keep you
cast.
alive.
I'm gonna as a response to that. I'm gonna cast firebolt just on the tip of the nose of the dragon thingy here.
Okay, sure, roll a hit.
Like where he's there. Not to hit anybody, just to sort of intimidate.
You hear, yeah,
You hit
definitely hits
yourself.
the dragon, and yeah, you hit yourself.
Oh
You
no, I hate
probably
myself.
see the scales on this dragon do quite they repel the fire quite well actually. It looks like it would have been a red dragon of sorts. Um and you definitely hear a yelp like a you have angered me. Now feel my wrath. Um
Um, Little
and you
one,
hear a
Oh,
striking, you hear like a
your
striking
wrath is
sound like a like a
You're
little bit of
not.
fire.
You're not helping yourself here. If you just offer
yeah,
us some sort of reward, we could keep you alive.
little one, you
Um
don't want to see my wrath.
hey,
607 because you're
Snorp,
underneath.
uh,
Oh,
is it
runs
this one
away
that's
from you.
coming from?
Yeah, it's
Is
this
it
one
this?
right here. Make me a deck save.
Oh,
607.
that'll be great.
No, he attacked
That'll be
him.
You're
great.
It's all
God.
over.
like a strike.
Oh,
Right,
Perfect.
it's all
Oh my
over.
god.
They're dead.
So you see this dragon breathe out a terrible gout of flame. But it actually in actuality it looks more like it's dribbling flame out of its mouth and you are right underneath it, and so you see this lit flaming oil kind of pour over 6 or a 7, and yeah, you're probably going to take something like, oh, I'll say it's like 2d6 fire damage here from
6.
a flask of oil.
Jeez.
Oh,
You take like 8 points of fire damage as burning oil pours down over your head.
All
You
right.
have
I was
angered the
being
red dragon.
I was being nice. Get out of here. Get out of here. Is this
Oh,
dragon head high above me?
I can't really move. I don't have arms or legs or wings. But I have a ghost, a powerful ghost. It'll
Just
haunt you until your
can
demise.
I climb up and see into this dragon head?
Yeah, you can raise your dancing light up in there, and yeah, you can totally see there is a kobold in the jaws of this dragon with little flasks of oil, and he has a little striking stone that's he's lighting a match with, effectively.
I'm going to. Yeah, no,
Oh,
he's
here you go. He's here.
okay. Yeah.
Poor little fella.
You want fire? I'll give you.
oh my God.
Oh Jesus!
Silver! No, Silver!
Zilbo! The burnt, scorched kobold incinerates to death inside the flame, inside the jaws of a red dragon.
Snort, pay attention.
Oh my God.
Where are your other friends, Snort? I got one.
He points with a shaky finger over towards the cupboard. You killed Zilbo.
Yeah.
You hear a shuffling of panic inside the cupboards.
Stay there. Don't try anything funny.
He's got his hands
Hey,
raised.
you in the cupboard.
Yeah.
I killed Zilbo, and I've got Snorp hiding in a corner here. What are you gonna do? Balls in your court.
And just to let you
I'm
know,
gonna.
he really likes killing and torturing. He was just telling us yesterday those were his favorite things.
Not lying.
Come get me.
Oh my God.
Come get you.
Oh no,
Okay.
don't antagonize him.
Snorp
I'm
shouts,
going to.
"Okay, he's gonna kill you."
Let's do a firebolt at the door.
Okay.
I want to break this
It's
door
quite.
down, but I want to do it from
Oh
range.
shit! All right, all right. You blast the handle off of the door, and there's now like a little peephole through which you could see, but it doesn't destroy the whole door. It's massive. It's like 10 foot by
Yeah.
20 feet tall. Like it's huge.
The peephole. How high up is it?
Probably about 10 feet up,
Okay.
like in the middle.
Considering we're not gonna be able to open these doors, I'm gonna bamf in.
Oh,
I'm gonna go.
okay.
I'm gonna grab Snort,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna throw him towards the cabinet and say, "Go open the door."
Listen here. We've come in peace. Yeah, I'm gonna bamf in.
Got it. Okay.
Give myself a D10. Oh, a
Oh,
whole 10.
that is the 10. Where was that
Nice.
in the petrol fight?
All right. Inside, you see there is like near the top of the. You got dark vision, haven't you? Yeah. So you can see inside here through the crack. There is a kobold resting
I can
up
put.
on
I can move my light in through the hole that's been created as well.
Yeah.
Listen,
Okay. Perfect.
listen here.
So you can see this kobold. Hold on, he's upstairs. He's upstairs. It feels like it's upstairs because it's like on another whole floor, 20 feet up on you, and you can see he's up there. On there's like a shelf on the top of the cupboard, and like he's got something teetering on the very edge of it, about to push it over and crush whoever like opens the door.
Oh,
Just
And he's suddenly startled as you're already inside.
listen here. Now, I'm probably better to speak to than 6 or 7 out there. But if you don't harm any of us, we're not going to harm you. We just need to eject you from the premise because
I might harm you a little bit.
yeah, he might harm you a little bit if you go anywhere near him. But it's okay. We're not going to hurt anyone else. We're sorry about your well, I'm sorry about your friend. Just don't try anything to harm us. And this can all go peacefully.
Roll me a persuasion check.
I used all my nat 20s before. I used all my nat 20s before. One sec. Wait. I'm gonna use them packed.
Packed?
Just for a little
to
bit.
bring it up. So, okay, roll a d4.
Okay, that's an 11. It's better.
An 11. He says, eject.
Like, you can't stay here, otherwise you might find yourselves in trouble with the mammoth and the robot.
Eject this! Give me a dexterity saving throw as he pushes the heavy object off of the top.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to have to kill these guys. Oh my god.
You take a whopping 11 points of bludgeoning damage as everyone hears this almighty like crash and it sounds like a metal pot just landed on top of your head.
Ow.
And it was like
Constitution saving throw?
it's like a gong.
I'm not concentrating.
After which he immediately scurries to one of the sides of the shelf and tries to dive in to a little hole that they've gnawed out. They're like the burrowers. Did you just try and zap Snorp?
Yep. As soon as I heard the noise.
Oh god. Well, he's running the hell away. Oh yeah, I know he is. Yeah, he was dodging. He's gonna disengage and crawling. He's crawling under the cupboard. Well, you see, he also scurries into a nearby hole as well. He's just gonna run away as he yelps. Ah, ah! They're showing no mercy.
Is he coming into the cupboard?
No, underneath it, and you can hear little scratching, clawing sounds. And it's very easy to tell that they have some sort of like burrowed hole through the floor.
Yeah, I'm.
And the same. Yeah.
He's making me use my bamf, so I'm gonna have to chase him. I'm bamfing again.
Yeah, where to though?
Into the hole that you said he was going into.
Okay,
like,
right.
Up 20 more feet and into the hole.
Give me an acrobatics check.
No, I'm
how big
doing
is the hole?
I'm doing the teleport.
That's exactly why 6 is exactly why.
The whole
607's question is exactly why you have to roll an acrobatics check.
Oh. Oh, okay. I see. Oh. Try him. It's not to climb, it's to... it's enough.
Okay, so you bamf like 30 feet into the hole. You make it into the hole. Great. And you're stuck in the hole.
What the
You are completely like restrained inside, but you are halfway through the wall and you can see him perhaps on the other side. So you're like here. Yeah. And you can see Holgi or Snorp. They are scurrying away. And they rush around the corner here.
They're in the other room.
Fucking damn it.
Hearing that, Geist on his
action
will go chase after them, I guess.
What does restrain
do? You can try and
do?
shoot.
Yeah,
you got disadvantage.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm getting this fucker.
You're gonna try and shoot him.
We're done with this. Apparently I'm blocked by a wall. One sec. Let me
Yes,
the wall.
yes you are.
Okay.
You're very much blocked by a wall.
Oh
That's
no.
perfect. Yeah, you can't even get your hand up because they're like clamped down by the sides of your body because you're so squashed in, and you just hear this doll like doof inside the
This-
wall.
This is so stupid.
Run,
Where
run,
was
run,
my
run,
not
run, run,
20s before?
Run.
I wasted them
Stop.
all.
Snop in here. You can hear their voices,
This is so silly.
and I'm gonna roll new stealth checks for them.
No!
Hell yeah.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
Oh!
The other one's not so lucky. Okay, well, you guys can move around. I guess Hulla and Ashanti, because you're like further by the entrance, you would get there first. Did you want to try and do anything in this little bizarre chase?
No, I'm gonna busy with the ceremony. I'm gonna watch them by and go, I wonder what that's all about.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
vampire it again.
You-
Do you
I-
guys need
Yossu
help?
watches-
Are you okay?
I'm
I'd
gonna
like to
vampire.
check out this chamber that they were in to see if I find anything in here that is useful.
Yeah, I mean, horns and scales of a dragon potentially
kn-
as a
You know,
trophy.
he said not to
Oh.
loot, but I'm wondering if there's something that. I mean, because this is really cool. We met a mammoth, and
Give me an investigation check, Ashanti, or a perception, either one. Meanwhile, Norsu sees the kobolds run across the corridor and sees everyone else running down it, and he brings up his trunk and basically face palms his own head with his trunk. So, what would you call that? Face trunk.
I bamf out and I call to 607. I'm like, right, we're on the same page here. They're gonna die.
Where are these guys? Where the
And
fuck?
I-
I was trying to be nice. You can tell I was trying to be nice.
I am
and
gonna.
they,
Let's search for them, I
Activate.
guess.
where are
Stone
they?
cunning.
Okay.
I'm
What?
activating
So,
stone
what do-
cunning.
Oh, okay.
Activate
All right.
stone
Stoning
cutting.
things.
60 feet
That'll help.
Of me.
Did you
If
bamf
they-
again? Yeah.
I did, yeah.
Okay, just to get out of the hole. I love it.
Geist is looking
right,
for
for
any
this room-
signs of footprints, I guess.
Yes, there's little clawed tracks everywhere. They've been scurrying around here like rats.
Brilliant.
Uh,
I can
the
get anything around here.
the f- so this chamber you're in right now, you can see the enormous cavernous chamber has only one piece of furniture, and that's the big slab of stone with a fur bedroll, and the fur is very matted and musty. It seems as though they may have rushed past here, but you can see some fresh tracks maybe, and there is a voice coming from maybe the next room over, which is looking like some sort of whale oil storage. You can see the floor is coated with black, slick, tarry substance, and there's barrels. All of them are kind of. They don't look
Uh-oh.
like they've been leaking or.
Hey Barry, what if I
emptied.
Yep, I'm on the same page. Can we take a step back first? Yeah.
You know, one of them had a striking stone earlier. It's true. I see you backing up. But yes, there is oil strewn around the room, and potentially the barrels are either full of them or not. But yeah,
Yeah,
this is the room you see. Oh, sorry. One last thing. There is a massive tunnel in this room. It is huge, probably about 10 foot in diameter, and well, a kobold hole you've seen earlier are like mouse holes compared to this. And it goes down into the ice.
Does my stone cunning pick anything up in 60 feet?
There, in 60 feet, yes. Yes, there is. There is something moving below you, presumably in that hole that's gone down this way, south.
No,
So you can.
Nothing else? Just that?
No, just one.
And nothing behind us like we've gone past them?
where's the hole? The hole is this?
This.
You should see this massive dark
this
patch
is
in
the
the
hole.
middle. Yeah,
Okay.
that is the hole. The others are just splotches of oil.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I have an idea. It seems they're in the hall. But if we kick
One
one
of
of
them
these
is.
Do I hear any? Do I feel anything else in 60 feet?
You know there's two of them, but the other one you can only detect movement. So no, you don't know if the other one is. They were like neck and neck, by the way, as well. So you would imagine if you could hear two, they would be next to each other. But
I'm gonna fire an Eldritch Blast like here to like try and spook them to try and get them to move.
Sure. You blast a barrel.
Not a barrel. Just like next to the next to them. I'm trying to spook them, like intimidate them to move.
Got it. Roll an intimidation check then instead.
Because then, if they move, I'd be able to pick them up.
Hey, Chris, can you move where are my lights? Can you move my lights into the room with the bed beside me, so I can see them again? I think they got left behind.
I'm gonna add a pack to that. I'm definitely wanting them to.
Thank you.
Move. So that would be a 17. To spook.
The blast in the room kind of lets you hear another little little kind of spook, but you don't discern its exact location. You just know one of them is in this room.
But it's in this room. All right. I know what you're about to do, 607. Just let's take a step back.
Oh Jesus.
Yep. Go for it, 607. We're on the same page here.
Yeah. Geist sort of looks at the oil, and is just like, I think I see where you're going.
Go for it.
Okay, I am going to fire a firebolt at the oil to ignite it.
Oh, good lord.
Yep, this is exactly what I thought was going to happen.
There is no escape for this poor little kobold as flames engulf the room and an immense heat is felt throughout the entire ice lodge. It doesn't explode, but oil does just suddenly blaze and heat up the stone to a red hot scorching temperature. Your lights are completely drowned out by the light that is now encompassing this room. And over the crackling flames, you hear the screaming kobold burning to death.
Why would you do that to yourself, kobold?
Okay, when you say this ice structure, do you mean that literally? We need to get out. Is this thing about to come down on us?
Most of it's stone, but I will say that you start to see probably a little bit of the throne, maybe. Actually, no. Hold on. There is something of a counter to this. But the Norsu definitely looks very concerned about this and is looking around at the actual icy structure itself and is wondering what the hell's going on. So he probably stampedes around into you guys.
He told us not to loot. He didn't tell us not to burn.
Well,
typical adventures.
That's why I called out. That's why I called out saying, "Oh no, why would the kobold do that to himself?"
Okay, I see what you're saying. Roll a deception check, Barry.
I'm good at deception.
Well, can I help with that?
Yeah, you see Norsu comes charging into the rooms, shouting, "What happened here?"
I got an 18. The kobold.
Listen, they have these spark thingies. They lit me on fire in the other room. They came in here. I guess they tried to spark us again, and well, you can see what happened there.
He looks in horror as one of the entire chambers is practically burnt to a crisp.
This is why kobold infestations are dangerous for everybody.
They are known for playing with fire.
And they are known to be apparently. Kobold.
Reckless little rats. Ah! They tried to take you down with them by the looks.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Norsu, do you know what made this hole? It's far too big for a kobold.
Those worms I mentioned hunting earlier. They are a bigger infestation. One that infects the whole of Icewindale.
Can I roll
Oh,
a
God.
nature check if I know what to see if I know what that is? Because out of character, I think I do, but in character, no idea.
Yeah.
As soon as
I can just tell
flames
you.
die, as soon as the flames die down a bit, I'm gonna send one of my lights into the hole.
Sure.
Nope.
You see that the hole continues southwards and
Is it safe
curves
to
up
approach now?
around.
Have the flames sort of died down?
Oil burns for a long time, so
Yeah,
no.
remember the old adage, pillage then burn.
Could you prestigitate sections at a time?
Yeah, like slowly, very, very slowly imagine. Maybe get something done.
Okay, yeah, it will take a while. Like you're gonna be here for an hour, kind of cleaning up oil.
Right.
Yeah, that'll
Norseman
be.
doesn't want this. Doesn't want to lose everything. So I'm gonna be pretending. I'm gonna be helping
Does
to,
the
to sort of.
That's
does the fiery oil drip down into the hull?
yeah. Some of it does spill down into there for sure,
So we should
and it
be
melts
good.
some of the snow.
We should be good for a while because the oil should like run down towards wherever he's hiding.
We
Over
don't
the
know
course of this hour,
which one's left.
Yeah.
if you did want to talk to the mammoth about these worms,
Yeah.
he can
What?
tell you and inform you guys.
Yeah. Guys, it's like that sounds familiar, but what worms?
He pats the bed.
Let me tell you a bedtime story.
Sure. Guys will sit on the bed.
The great worms of Icewindale. They are known as Remoraz. From beneath the snow and ice burst forth horrific creatures in a cloud of steam, their body pulsing with internal fire. Wing-like fins flare from its back. The creature's head sports a wide mouth brimming with jagged teeth. They are the apex predator in the far north, preying on elk, polar bears, and anything with a pulse that shares its territory. They cannot tolerate warm weather, but have adapted to the cold by generating a furnace-like heat within their bodies. When hunting, they burrow deep below the snow and ice, lying in wait for the faint vibrations created by creatures moving above it. And while hidden under the snow and ice, it can even lower its body temperature so that it doesn't melt its cover. And this was made by a young one. They must have scoured the wastes looking for food. But even a young one, as you can see, is giant in size.
Yes. I wonder if it left behind anything of value, like a scale or a bit of chitin, I guess, if it's a worm.
Well, you can take a look as
Check
soon as the
around.
flames. I get the flames down in another 45 minutes.
What did we get? Let's go back to Hulla real quick. You're chilling out in the main chamber, and sure enough, it seems as though this blazing heat is somehow warded against. You're not sure quite how, but you definitely see the glowing rune on the throne light up and seems to be kind of like pulsing with some sort of energy. And every time it pulses, you feel like a freezing cold wave over you. Not enough to like cause any harm, but it definitely staves off the heat.
I would like to try carving that rune at the entrance to the door where the heat is coming from to see if I can recreate the magic.
Oh,
Because
okay.
if that might be a handy thing to learn to know how to do.
Yeah, interesting. All right. You can probably roll me like a dex or something. I don't know. What have you
Okay,
got?
why
Any
not?
stone cut? Have you got any tools that help with this?
What do I
No.
have? No, I have no tool
Don't have any.
proficiencies.
I mean, if you
Okay.
mention it
Yeah.
to
I have
one of the others,
tools.
we can
I have.
help potentially. If you've got that idea.
I've got a little
Just
hand
give
axe
me.
that I could use to carve.
Okay. Sure. Oh, give me a dex. Just a flat dex. See what happens anyway.
Flat dicks. All right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Brandy's got
Because
to get
why
out.
not? Bye, Brandee.
She's already out. She's already gone.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
No worries. 17. You actually do a pretty good job of carving out this rune, and you
Mm.
replicate it to the same extent. Imbuing it with magic might be something of a rune carver's expertise, but you definitely know how to replicate this rune. You could probably do so again.
Okay.
Um,
Does it seem to help at all in terms of shielding this part from the heat, or does it just not imbued
um,
with magic?
I'll see that there is magic in the room already. Actually, as it happens,
Mm.
there's these flame cold braziers which you would recognize because you know the spell. It's called continual flame, and they don't
Hmm.
give off any kind of heat, which is perfect for a frost giant's lair. But you could maybe use some of that magic, um, like lifting over a brazier and lighting up the rune, kind of maybe trying to pass off some of its magic to the rune. If that makes
Whenever
sense.
somebody says the word brazier, I always remember back to our home game when Derek mispronounced it as brazier.
that
And
happened in
Different
another
kind of
group
thing that
also.
lights up a room. Yeah.
yeah.
That's fantastic. Oh, that was good.
Amazing.
uh, so we'll say that yeah, you can either expend a spell slot and like charge the rune to literally empower it, or you could try and kind of use one of these flames and transfer the power to it.
Uh, um, I don't
The
know
latter
if I
would be
have
like an
any.
Arcana check.
Yeah, I don't know if I have any spells that would kind of work in this. Gentle
No, but you
repose is
have
not going to do it. No.
like spell slots though, right? Like you could charge it
Yes, I
with
do have
magic.
spell slots. I've only used one. Yeah, I'll just funnel some of the magic in
Hmm.
as best as I can and see what happens. Just to see if
First
that's
slot,
a spell that I can learn how to do.
a first slot or a second slot.
The second slot.
Okay, all right. Really charging it with everything
Yeah.
you got. You
Yeah.
see the rune does begin to kind of glow up, and it does affect some of the flames around. Kind of like they too kind of flare up in the room as you charge this stony rune. Um, okay, let's see what kind of effect that has. We are in this chamber. All right. So
Oh, can I use? Oh no, never mind. It's not charged for the day, but I have borrowed knowledge, which I can use to give myself proficiency in Arcana.
oh, interesting. That's actually very interesting. If you can do that, can you actually give me an Arcana check with proficiency? Yeah, borrowed knowledge. That's a grave cleric thing, right?
Hmm.
Okay, perfect. Uh, I see 6 or 7 cleaning up the oil.
6 seconds. I'm just gonna
You
press the button.
you finally get to the point where you uncover the burnt corpse of a kobold. An 11.
Oh, give me an
Okay,
extra 2 on that. Yeah, I'll
an extra
guidance
2.
myself as well.
Oh, guidance. That makes a difference. Wait, you mean
13
there it is.
plus
You need a 15.
17.
That's it.
Yep. Okay.
Oh shit. So Hulla, this is what happens. You know that dense fog outside?
Mm.
That suddenly turns to a blizzard. And you see
Cool.
snow actually kind of billow inside here as well. And everyone else inside the other building, you actually feel the cold whipping winds as snowflakes suddenly barrel into the actual structure, almost turning it into an entire snow globe, and you're like stuck inside. And yeah, as it whips around, you realize exactly what this rune does. It doesn't just stave off cold, it seems to have the power to summon up a blizzard.
Cool. So why didn't it do that in here before? Sorry, guys, that was me. Never
With a
mind.
15, you reveal the kind of empowered throne that you realize that a creature would need to sit inside the throne and be aware of its magical nature in order to activate it. Um, and you see this blizzard only begins to extend further and further out. Basically, focused on these runes, the blizzard extends for like out of like a mile out from in all directions, and it seems to not be abating. It seems to be lasting quite long. But both this rune and the throne rune are both of them are lit up right now. It seems like they're almost kind of working in tandem because they're maybe part of one and the same stone structure. So like you're carving a rune onto this stone, which is actually just one big stone connected to that.
Okay. I'm
Um,
gonna
yeah,
wipe out the rune to cancel the spell. To see if it cancels the spell,
yes,
because I really don't want a blizzard.
yeah, you can cross it
But
out,
that is
and
a fascinating tool to have in the arsenal.
yeah, you can cross it out with your axe, and it breaks the
Yep.
magic that you've supplanted inside, and suddenly the blizzard does begin to slowly abate. But
Cool.
yeah, it doesn't get out to a
Ooh, I'm
mile
so
just
pleased to
yet.
have
It's like
discovered some magic. Say, hey, Faith, did you see that?
that
I
was
did a magic.
fantastic. She calls from outside. The sudden change of weather. I thought Oral was going to attack us or something.
If I could do that in reverse to cancel a blizzard, that would be awesome. But this might be useful for, I don't know, creating rain in the south, maybe. Wow, neat.
Fascinating.
I wonder if that would work. Yeah,
All
frost
right.
giants
I am
were
actually now really curious as
this
to what would
luscious.
happen if you cast that in like a warm climate, like in Chult or something where it's like tropical. Like, would it just become like a
Yeah, would it be a
monsoon?
sudden blizzard, or would it just be rain? I don't know. I mean, useful
But
for refrigeration
Maybe.
techniques, if nothing else. Yeah,
um,
sell it to an ice cream shop.
did that do anything? I
Amazing.
realized it was a blizzard outside, but did that somehow do anything to the fire by empowering this area with cold energy?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the blizzard, it whips around the entire ice lodge. Like you can imagine for a frost giant, that's like a sauna for them,
Yeah.
at least in terms of pleasantness. But yeah, it whips through and extinguishes all the fires in here, saving you probably another 30 minutes. So
Oh,
607, you see the charred corpse of the skeleton in this barrel here. It's also burnt to pieces, nothing but like charred wood and ash.
while
I'm gonna look
while
down the hole.
607 was doing that until my stone cunning ended, after
Mhm.
the oil was burning, could I still sense the kobold was down there up to that 10 minutes?
They did. They moved 45 feet away from you, stopped, and then you felt them on a higher elevation and then move out of your 60-foot range.
So they're just
They
belting it
left
through the tunnels.
They left. Yeah, left the tunnel.
I'll let them both
Um,
know
Yeah.
that before we
Right.
start.
Yeah.
jumping down into the tunnel, guys, you see that the tunnel swerves and extends past the exterior wall, and it slopes upwards again steeply.
Hmm.
So it doesn't go deeper, it goes back up to the surface.
Okay.
Well, Norsu, looks like, at least for now,
Yeah.
the kobold situation is taken care of. So congratulations to us.
Yeah. Geist is gonna light a torch so he can see down. Oh no, wait, I've got a dancing light with me apparently.
Yeah, I just gave you a dancing light.
And lastly, which one did we? Yeah, it was Holgi. Good to know. So Snoop was the one that got away.
Snorp got away.
No,
Yeah. Yeah, so
Snorp
Snorp.
lives. He's the one who rolled on that 20 on stealth.
so Geister is gonna come down here, and he's gonna call out in Draconic. Snorp, you around still?
You do not hear anything but the dying blizzard.
Geist
You do
considers
see
this
some
and
tracks in the snow.
Geist thinks for a
We
moment.
could
And
track him down.
it's just like,
They're stained with oil.
yeah. Geist thinks for a moment.
Have fun, Geist.
Geist is going to
You
come
very much
back
doubt
in.
they're coming back.
Yeah, Geist is going to go back in and look down the tunnel, see if there's like any, like if this Remoraz thing left anything behind, I
Oh.
guess. Because
Yeah, so the way this tunnel formed is you can see that it exudes heat and like has melted the snow. It's not bored it with claws
Yeah.
or fangs, or it's actually just used its own body heat to melt the snow,
Okay.
and it looks very like rigid all the way down. Like it's melted it in like 1 foot sections and then pushed forward and then done it again. These
Yeah.
guys are so adept at tunneling. This tunnel is perfectly spherical and it just slopes through almost like it's just carving through butter. Like
Okay.
it makes it look so easy.
Does it leave
Terrifying
any
creatures.
residue or anything, or
Mm,
scales, or I don't know. I don't know a lot about Remoraz.
I'll double check. No, I didn't think so. I'll double check.
I've
The Remoraz
fought
is
them
long
before.
gone.
They're terrifying.
There is a frosted white residue that is smeared across one of the sections of the wall.
Okay.
Would you like? What would you like to do with that?
Well, it's not something that I personally know about. Like, I wouldn't think, but if it's a strange residue, like, can I? I'm just gonna sort of call out. Is anyone actually? Would any of my kits contain a bottle or something? Masons, woodcarvers, thieves. Would a thieves tool, so you can put stuff into it, like the takeout, I guess. But
No.
does anyone have any like empty vials or anything? Because I don't.
Faith shouts out, "There's some in the kitchen. I saw.
Okay.
They're pretty big bottles, though."
Norsu, can I take a bottle? I'm asking permission. I am not looting. There's some weird residue down here that I wanted to take to have someone look at properly. In exchange for getting rid of the kobolds.
Very well. You have done me a service.
Excellent. And also, if you'll allow me, I want to use a bit of the wood from one of the barrels that's been destroyed to put a sign outside in Draconic to tell the kobolds to stay away.
Very well.
So Geist will do that, and then he'll get the bottle and, using a dagger, I guess, gently scrape it in.
You got it. Yep. You gather one of the bottles, scrape it in, and you've got enough for like feels like a potion's worth.
Okay, so I will put bottle of strange white residue, which, to be honest, doesn't sound pleasant, but whatever.
Julian.
I just want to see, since these flame things are going, what happens if I try to prestidigitate to turn off one of the fires?
I don't think that would work on a continual flame. Yeah, I don't think it does. Because the continual flame is, as the
It's like a magic fire, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it intends to keep it on fully. You can sort of probably dim it slightly or like change the color, but it only lasts an hour, right? But you aren't able to extinguish it.
And is the fire cold? Damn it! Like if I get close, is it emitting cold or is it emitting heat?
It was a moment ago, but that effect has since been kind of turned off from Hulla, but no, continual flame normally it doesn't give off any heat, but nor does
Oh,
it
it's
give off
just-
any cold. It's not
Oh, it's just
endothermic.
light.
But
It's just a light source.
yeah, but I will say though, as you are investigating this close enough, give me an Arcana check.
Great. Yeah. Arcana. Hulla, you want to give me a guidance over here? Oh.
Yeah, all faith. Hey, 24.
Okay,
Wow.
yeah.
Okay.
24.
There's something a little extra about these braziers. They seem to have a symbol carved into them. It is a 6-pointed snowflake. You recognize this as a symbol of Orel, but that is interspersed with other runes as well. Not the ones you was expecting. Necromancy is present here as well.
Necromancy. Is it
Whereas
just those
continual
just...
flame?
Oh,
Yeah,
go
on the
ahead.
braziers.
Keep going.
Well, continual flame is a evocation spell, not necromancy. So it's a little bit odd to see these having necromancy on them.
Does anybody have a pen or a paper down these runes in case we run into them again? One of these is necromagic. One of these is well, it's oral symbol. But I wonder if the other braziers have the same symbols as well.
Geist will carve the
Sorry,
symbols
I don't have a pen and paper.
Geist will carve the symbols into a piece of wood for you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Best
there
I
you go.
can do.
And I'll go around to other ones. Do they all have the same symbols, or is it different?
They do. Yeah, they do. But it's hard to tell you because obviously you haven't got detect magic up or anything. But I will say though, none of the runes are glowing like the ones that Hulla activated by putting magic into it, right? So the continual flame is definitely active, clearly.
No.
But it doesn't look
I
like
don't think
the
I want
runes
to
themselves are
activate the. Yeah, I may not want to activate the necromancy one because that could be a trap sort of thing that will blow us up.
You got it. You've copied them down for now. Write down that you've got blue flame runes, necromancy in parentheses, because that may come in. That may come up again at some point.
Okay.
Okay, but I know Ashanti went away, but there is something for them. But I'll fill them in next session because they finally do discover on the top of the table there is indeed some sort of map that is laid out here, and there is something marked on said map. But we will get to that later.
Is it like this is where your mom is buried?
No. 11 on their perception, didn't they? Okay, good to know.
Did the kobolds have anything on them, or were they basically just bear lizard?
They had a couple of little scrappy tools with them, flasks of oil, and they had stabby implements like javelins and daggers.
We take all those?
Yes. They are, in fact, the daggers are made from what look to be like teeth.
Ah, I'll
And,
use those daggers, and I'll take both the kobolds, and I'll do the same thing that Geist has done on the outside of the thing. Except I'm gonna leave them an image in case Stoops comes back this way.
Snort.
Snort comes back
Name
this
is
way.
Snort.
I'm gonna throw them into the hole, tied to a bit of rope, and then use the dagger to just dig it in here and here. So their bodies are just hanging in the hole.
Okay.
So if Snop ever comes back this way, he'll be not wanting to come back this way.
Yeah, for sure. A very scary-looking deterrent.
I he dropped a pot on me. I'm not happy with that. That's why I was like, yeah, 6 and
Yeah,
7,
really.
just do your thing.
It was like a cast iron pot, like really cracked your head.
I know. If I didn't have 10 hit points, that was quite a bit of damage.
It was. It fell from a great height, so it kind of like I tallied out the full damage of it plus the weight. Yeah, these teeth, they look like they may have been part of the skulls of these dragons. But you don't have to tell Norsu that. You could say that some of it got blasted away when they cleaned them out.
Yeah, we'll
That's how we
leave
just
the
noticed.
That stone
we'll leave
Chewinga doesn't look like it belongs here.
yeah, we'll leave the nitpicky bits
wanna-
till after session.
You can investigate the Chewinga if you like, closer.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a
Like, so,
close
does
look.
somebody want to take the Chewinga thing? Is it little
Yeah.
statues, a little frozen Chewinga?
Yeah.
No, it can't be frozen. They live in the cold.
They are made of stone, so not frozen, but it is the exact same size as a Chewinga. As you look over it, the actual posture of the Chewinga, it doesn't look like someone would carve them like this. What I'm trying to say is the pose is just kind of in a running posture, and as you try to stand the Chewinga up, it falls back over because
It's so.
you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. So based on my knowledge of, I guess, masonry would probably be the one that comes into most effect here. But I suppose it would be more stone carver's tools, or even the wood carver's tools. And I'm just thinking of it from a stone rather than wood. This doesn't look like a statue someone would typically make. It looks more like
they would want to stand.
yeah. It
or
looks
at least
like
a firmer base.
it looks like maybe something that was running and turned to stone.
Yes. It is incredibly lifelike, and with your masonry tools, even you would have a hard time recreating a Chewinga in all its likeliness.
Then I shall take the stone Chewinga with me. I don't know how much that will weigh, but
They are a tiny thing, so just a couple pounds, maybe, not even that. Say 2 pounds.
yep. Yeah, I'll put on my sheet of stone Chewinga.
Yeah.
You got it.
As you come walking out with it, Barry's just like, huh, that statue will be worth quite a bit of money.
I don't think it's a statue.
Statuette, then.
No, what I mean
Fanatics.
is, I think it's actually a Chewinga. That's been somehow turned to stone.
Is this like a musical statue sort of thing? Do we have to play music to make it come to life?
You know, I hadn't considered that as an option, but considering with how they are,
That's what I mean.
but its position, its posture and such almost suggests that it was running.
Yeah, that's the whole point of musical statues. You run about, and then when the music stops, you turn into a statue.
Have
you tried singing to it?
Geist will try whistling a little tune. It's like,
All right, sure. You whistle a little tune. There is sadly no reaction from the poor statue.
I think we should take it with us so that we can get it looked into properly by, well, 6 or 7? Can you, or anyone who uses magic?
I'll take a look at it.
Yeah.
I'm good with nature magic.
Yeah, just be careful, I guess, because it's potentially fragile.
Yeah.
And I imagine
if you want to roll nature, it's a possibility.
Yeah, sure. Nature? Sure. Yeah, let's go for it.
I don't suppose there's any chance this is from a Medusa, eh? I really don't want to run into one of those again.
That's what I was wondering, if it's something along those lines.
6 or 7, you don't know the intricacies of Chewingas that well. They're very mysterious creatures, but yeah, as Hulla says, a Medusa, that's probably it. There must be an icy Medusa somewhere in Icewindale. That's
Look,
the best you can come up with.
yeah,
Okay.
looking closely, does it look to be more like stone, like grey stone, or does it almost look to be more like it's ice if we look closely? Like, we've seen stuff like turn
It's
to
definitely
ice.
stone.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's stone, not ice.
Yeah. Okay. Huh.
All that's left is the last room that you haven't checked is the
Well,
flensing chamber.
Yeah.
Yeah, which you've kind of popped your head in, but I haven't described. Yeah, there's a sour stench of decay in here, and lying on the ice-packed ground is the frozen corpse of a whale. It is crudely butchered, and beside it there's a blade in the shape of a paring knife, and it's the size of a longsword, so probably not usable for you guys, but
Do whales
for
have
those
ivory
in their bones,
Such-
like
in their bones?
sort of. I mean,
the most
Probably
valuable
not worth
thing,
anything.
The most valuable things
Uh.
from whales are probably going to be the blubber for meat, the oil for, and the ambergris.
There's
Right?
a whole bunch of blubber, but we burned it all. Oh. Oh yeah, we probably could have sold that, maybe.
you can roll a nature
That's-
check though as you're looking over it, maybe, or a survival check actually.
That's survival.
Anyone
That's
who wants to
much
look
more
at
at my.
the body?
Nature's better.
Holler over here.
Go
Oh,
607.
Survival's better for me. Oh, natural 20. Nice. You don't need my
Oh,
roll.
wow. Okay.
A
This
nature
is-
check. I have a +0 to nature.
Looking over the corpse, there's some things that don't seem in line with it being a whale. There's like sharp, jagged teeth that look more reminiscent of like a crocodilian-like creature, but there are potentially powerful dinosaur-like sea creatures.
Maybe
this isn't a whale,
Maybe this is
but
the
it is
creature.
the size of one.
Maybe this is the creature that's in the lake, or a relative of it.
Or one of them. There may be more, right? So.
Yeah.
It looks larger, and it doesn't have a long neck like that.
Huh.
So
Is
it's
it a-
definitely not a Plesiosaurus.
Is it a Leopleurodon? A magical Leopleurodon?
I'll
No?
have to look one up.
Oh my god.
Yes, that is a Leopleurodon for sure.
Is he going to take us to Candy
Yeah.
Mountain?
Oh god, no. Yeah, that is actually a near with a nat 20. I will say yes. It is a Leopleurodon,
I
which
was
is massive.
joking.
Like, no, like look at it. Look at the
I
skeleton.
know, but I was just referencing
100%.
Charlie the Unicorn.
Yeah. I think it probably is. Yeah.
Leopleurodons were around before Charlie the Unicorn,
Oh my god.
but it seems Charlie got sick of his shit and sold his friend out to a frost giant by the looks.
He stole his
Um,
kidney.
So, maybe. In addition to this, though, as you're looking around, I'll say that there is something of a treasure chest inside this room. In the alcove, near the carcass, as you're examining it, you notice there is a 6-foot long, 5-foot wide, 5-foot tall stone chest, and it is half buried in the ice. It would take a long
Well,
time
I'll go
to
ahead
maybe
with my
chip away the
pickaxe.
ice. But...
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I was gonna say I'll start chipping.
No,
Yeah.
that would work.
I'll start
It'd take
chipping
a
at the
while, though.
hinges. Yeah. I got
Um,
nowhere to be.
I will say that during said chopping, Norsu definitely hears the sound of,
He doesn't
Yep.
like
you
that.
know, pickaxes. And he comes into the room and sees what you're doing at some point.
And says, "You're picking through Garagai's treasures, are we?"
Well, honestly, we're looking for anything that would help us with the ritual we're trying to trying to learn how to do? I mean, not looking for gold or anything, but yeah, any clues? Do you know what's in here?
That chest has not been opened for many years. It's frozen
Oh.
over.
I see. Well, yeah, I see. Hey, can I ask you a question?
It nods.
The wolves talked about Karagai as if he was a cruel master who abused them, but you seem to be fairly fond of him. Was that just a lie from those wolves?
The wolves were doing anything they could in their power to get you to come in here, it seems, knowing that I would strike out in anger. Truth is, these wolves, they did not serve Karagai for long. They were simply trying to console me.
To console you
Hmm.
about
Console my
About the wizard?
rage. No, about the adventuring band known as the Champions of the Hall. Companions of the Hall. I believe that is what they call themselves.
This is the drow, the drow and the dwarf and them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's at this point Hulla would definitely recognize it, and be able to recount the tale of Dritz, Runa, Wolfgar, and Canterbury.
Okay.
Give me a persuasion check though, Hulla, because you are mentioning you're trying to help them, and you do promise to sort of fix this ritual for them.
Mm-hmm.
And you can guidance yourself.
I'm just
as
trying
well.
to. I'm just trying to figure out what the story is here,
Mm-hmm.
because there's a lot of
15?
things that are not making sense to me. Yeah.
They
15.
seem to concede the chest, and they allow you to chip it open.
Cool.
And eventually, once you've chipped it open far enough, you find that there is a beautiful scrimshaw carving in here. It's of a goat by the looks. And it's probably worth quite a lot. If you handed it to Barritomus to appraise, he would probably estimate it's worth like at least 25 gold.
Ooh.
So that's
Nice.
nice little find. It's not
Is that-
something that would help in a ritual though.
Mhm.
Is that
It
like
contains also
Why?
more
Why
giant.
pack away a carving of a goat though?
Yeah, it's probably
Just
because
'cause it's
it's also
valuable?
filled with tools. Yeah, there's other like
Mm.
tools in here, but they weren't worth mentioning. They're just like they're too big to be used for any kind of fencing. But
Yeah.
inside there, that's the only thing that's big enough to fit inside your hands. It's tiny, right? He must have seen it and thought like too tiny to fit on a shelf or anything like that. It just threw it in here. But it's actually incredibly well preserved, and you don't need to even repair it. It's going to be worth 25 gold on its own.
Well, okay. Okay. So large tools for cleansing,
Yeah.
and so nothing that looks magical or and no papers.
No, I'm afraid not. Not in this chest. But the scrimshaw goat is worth gold at the very least.
I'll
tell you what,
hold
you
it
can
up
also-
to
I'll tell you-
Norsu. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll allow you to also roll on the trinket tables as well. Maybe you find if you're taking out all the tools, maybe there's something else underneath there. Let's have a look.
Where's the
Trinket.
tables?
It's on the top right, the tabs. It should be a little dice icon called rollable tables.
Dice. Rollable tables. There we go. That's what I'm looking for.
And if you find the folder rollable tables, there's something called Icewindale trinkets, and then you scroll to the bottom of
Yep.
that, and then click roll.
I have something that could potentially help in terms of this.
Okay.
Well, wouldn't it be fitting for a Frost Giant's ritual to have a stone from the Frost Giant's mountain?
Oh, wow.
Calvin's
Yeah,
cairn.
perfect. Yeah. Have we had this result before? A piece
We
of
have.
sea glass shaped like a unicorn's horn? Okay,
We
you
have.
roll that again then. That's the one you have, isn't it?
It
Oh,
is.
okay.
Well, you sold it. Yeah,
No, I
roll
still
that
got it.
again. Okay. It's the other unicorn's horn. Turns out it was a narwhal.
Oh no, it's like the Feywild where there's two of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It truly
Like
is
the
a
Brewster's
magical
rolling list.
Leopleurodon.
Yeah. To take us to Candy Mountain.
Ah, it's Charlie
Oh
the
my God.
Unicorn's horn.
It is.
Oh, God. Holy shit. All right.
It's the
keep it.
half-orc?
It's.
We've had that one before as well, because I had that,
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure.
I'll
Had
tell
that
you
before?
what. We're gonna. We'll keep the
roll
unicorn
again?
horn after all. Charlie, no, I think
Okay.
we keep the unicorn horn. It actually is Charlie's horn. It all makes sense now. It clicks.
Yeah.
If you have no idea
Yes.
what we're talking about, it's a short animation about Charlie the unicorn, and he meets
put
a
it-
magical Leopleurodon.
Yeah, we'll put it in
any
the
case.
chat. There's like 4 episodes.
Yeah, it's bizarre and
The
It
only other
It's a
place
trip.
where there might be any papers or information to help would be in this cupboard, I guess. Anything in the cupboard?
the cupboard is filled with plates and what's it called? Cutlery for a giant's feast. There's drinking
Okay.
horns in here, way too large for you to be able to take anywhere.
Okay.
You can roll an investigation check though as well. You might find a trinket or two in there.
Trinkets, I'll help.
Sure, you get to roll on the table too, guys.
Sure.
Yay!
Sure. Why not?
We're all rolling on the table, are we? Or do I need to roll investigation?
We
Just-
definitely had
no,
that one, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, yeah, re-roll that one.
Because that one sounds too familiar.
It does, yeah. There you go. A brooch made of small insect
Yeah, we haven't had that one.
encased in amber.
Cool. I've always wanted one of those ever since I saw Jurassic Park.
Yep.
Oh god.
Geist
finding it,
finding
Geist.
this is going to actually just place it on the body of the Frost Giant.
Okay.
He's not going to take it. He's basically going to actually pin the brooch on.
Oh,
you
no.
got some more touch from him.
Oh no!
This pantry has not been opened for a long time. You gain more surstrumming.
Oh my god! What? We did not need any more of that. That was a horrible trip.
But you also find a massive novelty tankard that you would probably impress a dwarf with, you know? You know when the hobbits get the mugs from
the prancing
tavern.
pony, where it's like a
Prancing
pint.
Pony, and it's
It
like,
comes in pints.
and it's massive, and they're like, "What's that?" It's a
It
pint.
says,
Yeah, that's
on the outside of it, it says good times and good mead.
yes.
Wow.
It's the same sort of scale ratio for you as well. It's massive in your hands. You have to lift it up with 2. But yeah, that's what you find.
I do agree with Barry's statement. A stone from the mountain does seem appropriate, because as far as we know, at least, the proper way to bury a frost giant is with a cairn, because Kelvin's cairn.
There you go.
The
Yeah.
one from the his king.
Mm.
That what greater honor.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that if you decide to do this, and he'll let you keep the trinkets basically as a thank you, or if you're placing the amber on, he'll let you keep like the brooch, not the brooch,
No.
the surstrumming
And the unicorn.
I get
and the
one
unicorn
too?
horn.
Yeah, I'm not trying to steal it. Like I show it to him as I put it in my pocket. Like I sort
You-
of hold it up, meet his eyes, and go, can I? All right, okay. Yeah.
Go on then,
Can I
Julian.
get-
You can roll one too.
I'll give.
How do I roll? How do I do it?
So on the top right, rollable tables, and
Yeah,
then
okay.
there should be a folder called rollable tables, and then Icewindale trinkets.
Icewindale
I'll give the stone to Hulla so she can do whatever ritual it is.
And then scroll down to the bottom of that window, and there should be a roll button.
We're performing a ritual for a frost giant. What an interesting.
A delicate glass ball painted with snowflakes, capped in by a metal loop with a tiny hook attached to it.
It's a
very
bauble.
interesting.
It's a bauble.
Yeah, it's like a Christmas tree bauble. So 607, you find his Christmas decorations, all packed away.
Oh, sorry.
That's great.
Yeah, maybe.
Thanks.
Do you want to swap for the fish? I'm not too keen on what Geist did with us earlier.
Me?
Yeah. Or do you prefer your bauble?
What did you get? A fish?
I got the smelly fish that made everyone gag.
Oh yeah, no, I'll take that. I'll take that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, give me the smelly fish 10.
It protected us
That was
from
awesome.
the bees.
Yeah, I'll trade you. I'll trade you the fish 10.
For
The
the glass
smelly
bauble.
fish 10 for the glass
Is
bauble.
this
Yeah.
still? Sorry, I'm just got to ask. Is this still the effect from Phantasmal Force earlier? Because it's been these little flickering here, and it's just been bugging me visually.
From what?
Phantasmal Force earlier, like there's like these
Oh yes,
purple
it is.
flecks.
It is.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's what
exactly
that is.
what that is.
I've been staring at it like on and off for ages. I'm like, what the hell is that?
It turns out it affected Geist and not the giant.
Yeah.
Or the mammoth. Your fear of sparkly things.
Oh no, it looks like snow and just reminds me of the avalanche. Yeah.
Oh god. All right. Well. So what do you want to? You could take a day, leave, come back, and then perform the ritual. Because.
Yeah, I guess
Or you
we'll
could
have...
even. You could even ask to stay here. There is a bed big enough for like 4 people.
Yeah, and then we can do the ritual because.
We're already here.
It's gonna be
Might
freezing
as well,
cold.
eh?
Yeah. So I will
What if we
ask.
snuggle up
So
with
how
all
long?
our
How long did it take to get? How long did it take to get here from Dougan's Hole?
13 miles. It was about an hour or so. Right?
Oh,
it's not bad.
Double check.
Wouldn't
That's not
take
too bad.
long. We could head back if we prefer, but then we've got
We
to
might
come
find the
back.
wolves.
So
We might find the wolves on the way.
there is that, but I'm wondering if it's worth. Well, that's almost a better reason. If we rest up here, then another day before we get rid of another point of exhaustion from those who have it, and we're all going full fighting fit in case we run into the wolves. So I will ask Norsu, unless we don't want to stay. Are we choosing to stay or are we choosing to go?
We all sleep next to Norsu for warmth.
To
survive.
Norsu, it's going to take some time for our 2 clerics to prepare the necessary magic. I don't pretend to understand it. In order to perform this ritual, are we okay to rest here until the morrow?
I will get Garagai's furs.
Hey.
It is actually preferred that you stay.
Yes.
That way I know you're not running off and never coming back.
I understand.
Cool.
Yeah, so you see him trudge off to the chamber, and he pulls the massive furs from
Hey,
the.
where are those kids we
bed.
rescued?
I think we sent them back.
Faith has got them. No,
yeah,
Faith.
we've
Well,
got
you could
them.
send him off with Faith, but Faith says, You told me not to run off alone, so I brought the kids back.
Yeah,
in.
let's keep them here, and then we'll take you 2 back tomorrow. Yes.
There's
Hulla will,
there's some of the
or Ashanti will cook some tasty treats. Or at least
some
food,
of the
I
barrels
guess.
could be used for like these broken, burnt barrels.
Yeah.
They got extinguished by the blizzard, so I'll say that there's enough of firewood here. You got the oil. You can potentially make a little a small fire to keep everyone warm and get a full long rest. So complete
Yeah.
a long rest, guys, and
Yeah, we do that.
I think here's a good place to end it, and we'll do the ritual next week with Ashanti here as well. I think
Yeah.
she'd like to be present for that.
Yeah.
Just for comfort's sake, can we try to build up some barriers for these like open entrances here, so it's not quite as cold during the rest of the day and evening? Like build up something.
I mean,
There's not quite as much wind and whatnot gets there.
I'll say that this chamber, if you're concerned about getting a long rest and not feeling the cold, there's enough shelter in this room, but you would need to cover up the hole, which you could do if you like.
Yeah, let's cover up the hole,
We'll
and
use,
then just so we can be relatively warm.
Use one of the tents, I guess, and like peg on each side of the walls. So that should be big enough.
But about barricading the whole doors, Norsu's against it because it's like how it's
not barricading, just putting
Yeah.
up some sort of a barrier to keep the wind out a little bit.
You
Sure.
don't look in the hole.
No, I won't.
What?
Yeah.
But you've got a shit ton of axe beaks as well that you're gonna like huddle up together.
Yeah.
Norsu, you said you rode out and fought dragons before, right? And dying in battle is kind of the honourable thing, right?
It nods.
I'm not saying you have to, I'm just asking. There is the potential that we are going to have to fight a dragon at some point. Would you like to join us for that fight?
A dragon?
Which dragon?
Because there was the mention of the ancient white one, right? That was going to attack the Goliaths. An ancient white dragon that I'm not sure if we know the name of.
We did
Aventurus.
Yeah, that's the one.
They still prowl this land. This is her hunting grounds. None have dared try to confront her.
No.
She is both ancient and deadly.
Yes.
Somewhere in this frozen tundra or horde is probably gathering dust.
Honestly, if I can somehow slay an ancient white dragon, I would love to, just to one-up Wolfgar.
Wolfgar?
Yes. Yeah, he was famed for killing another white dragon, but it wasn't as big, so, you know, if you helped kill a bigger one, that would be like, you know, dishonoring him, which I thought you might be into.
Roll a persuasion check, guys.
It's a fair argument, right?
Yeah.
I'm guessing this is before the long rest, so that would be an extra
shit.
-1.
Guys?
But yeah.
Yo, guys seems to have a really good way of talking to this mammoth. Like before you stopped it. Yeah, you can if you like, but that is a success in my books. Not only did he stop the charging mammoth this time, this session, but he also seems to convince them to join the fight against a dragon.
This will be an undertaking. You may all perish in this sort of fight. Going toe-to-toe with a dragon sounds like a much fitting end for a mammoth, rather than, well, wallowing here.
Yes.
After you've completed this ritual, I will await for when you decide to charge this dragon. I will charge alongside you.
I look forward to the honor of fighting by your side in the name of Garagai, in his honor.
He takes a kind of a bow and almost like salutes with his trunk.
Yep.
To
and
his
guys will
chest.
bow in response.
All right.
God, I
Wow.
love being
Okay.
good at that.
Oh,
Also,
yeah,
it's just
great.
sort of, he's got this whole like noble warrior wants to die in battle thing going, which I feel Geist can really resonate with.
Yeah, 100%. Well, there is a good place to end it as you're all snuggled up on the floor of a ice giant's lodge. Didn't think you'd be sleeping in an ice giant's lodge this campaign, but here we are. Befriending a woolly mammoth and burning kobolds to death. What a great session.
Bombing a funeral, right? For one.
Yep.
Yeah, right, exactly. Which is a surprise to me because frost giants were seen as a terror for Icewindale, but you've really shown some compassion to a long, nearly extinct race.
Kobolds.
But yeah, and you found a small chewinga, potentially petrified. But yeah, this is a great place to end it. You can all finish another long rest here in the lodge.
Yes.
And we will.
Wait, another long, as in on top of the one I've already done?
Exhaustion point?
Oh, no, just the one. If you've done your long rest, then you've done your long rest.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
no longer exhausted. Yay!
I've got 1
Congrats.
point left, but still.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right. Well,
No,
we'll
wait,
close
that
out the
can-
stream. But
All right.
thanks for playing, and we'll see you all next week.
All right. Bye for now.
See you then. Bye bye.
Bye bye.